And we are live. And today we just gonna get right into it. Cause I already know that you already know that the HG and Brando knows. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into this.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that smile. I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead, say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep cock watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile.
See on my face there's a smile. On my face there's a smile. Every day I wake up, grand rising to the world. It's time to get it popping. Yo, Cam, tell them where we from, baby.
From 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block is 40 Wolves. Lou Simpsons, I'm on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
From none of that. And when they say, you saw me from some of that. Nah, I ain't see you around none of that. And if you don't believe what yo, Gene.
That if you didn't have strong dudes around him, you'd have had cats like the Lynch Mob. You'd have had cats like Preacher. You would have had cats like the 40 Wolves. You would have cats like Niggas for Life. Dudes who was really in the streets like that.
Heard the man say they were really in the streets like that. 40 Wolves, regulate. Let's go.
Go all the way. D-block, baby, I'm back and I'm balls. And I'm off of that sauce. I'm getting money, of course, but I'm never ever thinking taking a loss. Shorty sipping that crystal. So shorty started buck wow. Shorty back and buck wow. So you know niggas dicks out. She taking them down. All the way down. She be taking them down. Go all the way.
And you know, you love when they go all the way.
Now if you follow me, I will follow you too. Now if you follow me, then I will follow you too.
All right, let's get into this. Because you already know it's 9:02 a.m. in the morning. This is your boy, the Brando Knows, and them 40 Wolves trying to get you up out the door safely. Let's get into this.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Happy Thursday. Real quick, imagine you wake up and see XRP flashing green across the board, just like we're doing right now. But this time, something's different. There's a new player in town, and it just sent the ripple through the entire market. You're probably thinking, wait, Rip, what happened? Well, here's the shocker. RLUSD just got listed on Swift. And this isn't just another listing. This is the kind of move that changes the game for everyone holding XRP, everyone looking to use RLUSD. This is the type of move that it's worth watching the charts over. We're talking about a catalyst that could kickstart the next big wave. Now, before you brush this off as more hype, let me just tell you something. The top tier investors, they're paying attention. This isn't just talk. This is the kind of news that real money flows. Whenever you see a move like this, with this much momentum behind it, you gotta ask yourself, am I about to witness something massive unfold? And trust me, we're just getting started. I'm about to break down exactly what's happening, why this is way bigger than it looks, and how it could set the stage for XRP's next explosion. So stay locked in, because what's coming up next, you're not gonna want to miss. Folks, in this video, we're about to jump into the XRP price chart. Is this a breakout or a fake out? I got you covered. We're going to talk about RLUSD, where it's being integrated as well, and we're going to jump on over into the chart. We are looking bullish. Without further ado, make sure you do me a favor and hit that thumbs up before we go anywhere else. As always, the more thumbs up, the more engagement the video gets. It takes you 2 seconds. It is the free way to support the channel. So if you're looking to support Rip, if you're looking to support the growth, hit that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Without further ado, let's jump into it. Bitcoin, $111,187. It's currently up 1.93% in the past 24 hours. Ethereum coming in at 2,782. It's up over 6%. XRP, yeah, buddy. Hey, we were just $2.20 the other week. Now we are coming in at $2.44. You love to see it. But the question everyone is asking, is this the breakout we've been waiting for? Or is this the fake out? We're going to jump into that in about 45 seconds. It's currently up over 2.95%. Now, yesterday during the live stream, I told you we had all of the room to run up to about 247. I'm not sure if we hit that target overnight. We're going to find out together in a second, and then we'll show you the support and the resistance, and we'll break it down even further. Total cryptocurrency market cap, it just keeps on climbing, $3.45 trillion. You love to see it. Remember, we're not in alt season yet. This is still Bitcoin season. But the higher the alts want to push up here and play a little catch up, the higher the price they're going to go during the end of this bull run. 3 to 6 months. That is all we got left. And we can look at this 2017 vibes. For all my crypto OGs who've been around, Coinbase is temporarily unavailable. That is one of the most bullish signs that you can see when the exchanges start going down. But this is why you should have multiple exchanges. You should have an OTC set up, and you should know what are you going to do when this happens. When an exchange goes offline and you're trying to cash out, what is going to be your move? You need to figure it out now. And let's listen to this clip. This is a goodie, man. Luke Belmore talking about XRP. This is straight up comedy. Dude's out here is pretending to be a crypto guru, but he has no clue what he's saying. It's embarrassing watching people fake expertise. There's a lot of people in this space that fake expertise, like they know what's going on. I like the ones that like to say and put a bunch of numbers together, and they tell you that if you look at this number and this number, it's going to tell us what's happening on this date. And they act like they have a crystal ball and they know what's going on. Those are the best ones out there. Let's listen to Luke.
XRP. What does XRP do? I don't know. They say it's the ISO remittance of the world. This is bullshit. Not really a thing. It's a fucking glorified meme coin that's worth $100 billion, and you're looking at the CEO of it and he's dumping on your head. But they have such good lore, such good storytelling. You have dozens of YouTube channels that just cover this. It's meme coin culture. And once you understand that, you realize that most of the things that they sold you about crypto are just schemes wrapped and masked in utility versus just saying, hey, this is a meme coin. We're betting on culture. We're betting on what? Narrative plus distribution plus engagement in order to have the market pump. But then you have Bitcoin, which is kind of the store.
All right, long story short, this dude is lost. Sounds like he missed his opportunity to buy XRP, or he's just a Bitcoin maxi. One of the two. Clown. Absolute crown. My man, Crypto Insight, put this out. He's like, we got the close we wanted for XRP. We talked about that close, the 6-month close and the monthly close in June. A very rare moment having both of those on the same day. We told you where we had to get above. I believe the number is about 227, and we got it, right? We got it. Whatever that number was, we got it. He's like, now the question is this a fake out? Do we come back and retest, or do we continue with the breakout? He says, often when XRP is ready to go, it just full sends. So let's talk about this. This is a critical moment for XRP. Let me pull up TradingView and show you. We are right at the edge. It's like we're at the top of a roller coaster, right? We're hanging there for a split second before that big drop comes. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Y'all been on roller coasters, or at least seen roller coasters. But here's where it gets interesting, because here is where we need to figure out, is it go time, or are they just messing with our emotions and we're going to see a back test here? So let's break this down. Let's throw in some real world examples out there. So even if you're not a chart expert, you're going to understand why this moment matters. And let me close up in on this chart so you can see our support regions marked in green and our resistance in red. So think about this. Like breaking through a locked door. Sometimes you push the door open just to crack. That's the breakout. But then it slams back shut. That's your fake out. Other times you break through and it swings wide open and you're running through without looking back. That is our full send moment. And that moment is 100% coming. In trading, when a price breaks a critical level, and our critical level, or I would say our critical zone, was this massive green region right here. That was our critical zone, which ranged from about 224 to 235. And we got the monthly and 6-month close above where we needed it. So whenever we break out of a critical level, guess what? It usually does come back to retest it. It's like double checking if the bridge is sturdy before a parade marches across, right? But XRP, we know one thing. XRP is notorious for breaking all the rules. Sometimes it just goes. There's no looking back. There's no back test. Just pure momentum. It's like a sprinter hearing the gun and bursting out of the blocks, not waiting for anyone. So what signals are we actually looking for on this? We are looking for a weekly close above this upper resistance. It's not showing up on the chart right now, but you can see it at the top. It's sitting at 265 to 272. If we can get a weekly close above 273, would be a very, very massive signal for us XRP holders. So even if you don't trade and you're just a holder, this is a textbook moment of how markets work in real life. It's like seeing a wave form out at sea, and if you spot it early, you can ride it. But if you miss it, you're going to be left paddling behind it. But here's the wild part. XRP has a history of just launching when nobody expects it. Remember in 2017? Barely anyone was paying attention, and then boom, at full send. Remember what happened in Thanksgiving in 2024? Out of nowhere, it did a 600% move. XRP doesn't telegraph its next move. It rewards those who are already on board. So as you're watching these levels, ask yourself, are you the one waiting for the perfect signal? Or are you waiting? Or are you ready, for when opportunity knocks? And then we get this Swift blockchain. Check this out. This is absolutely massive, massive news. They announced that they are integrating RLUSD onto their platform. Why is this big? Well, Swift gives users access. Check this out. Over 800 cryptocurrencies and more than 50 public blockchains all in one spot. This is like having the entire world of crypto at your fingertips. Imagine walking into a financial super mall where you can shop, swap, and transact instantly without the old barriers that everyone's used to slowing them down. And now RLUSD has been added. So now for starters, we got instant cross-chain swaps for RLUSD, easier movement of value between ecosystems, and way more accessibility for everyone watching. This is a huge deal for the entire crypto community. When you put RLUSD on a level playing field with Tether, with USDC, folks, What do you think people are going to use? And we've always talked about this point. If you put anything that is built on the XRP ledger on a level playing field, it is very obvious what they are going to pick. Tether is very expensive to move money, to move assets, especially across different networks, different exchanges, right? People always, when moving money from one exchange to another, what would they do? They would always switch it and use XRP or XLM. All we want is a level playing field. The technology is going to do the talking. I'm going to leave it like that. Look, if you found value in this video, hit that subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up. You know, I'll be back a little bit later today. I got another banger I'm cooking up for you right now. Enjoy your morning. Happy Thursday. I'll see everyone on the next one.
There is a reason why people are asking about this. This is by far, and I'm a supporter. 3 times I voted for this man. This is by far the biggest fumble of the administration they've had thus far. And here's the reason why. If you remember the president winning, he had a conversation with Fox News, the great Rachel Campos Duffy, and she asked, Mr. President, 9/11, yes. John F. Kennedy, yes. Epstein, he didn't say yes. He was a little bit hesitant of bringing that information out. Why? So why does his leadership team go out there and are like, we have this information and we're going to release this and cash? And let me tell you what we have with Pam Bondi out of the state of Florida. She knew everything about Bondi, about Epstein. Why are you fumbling this? Why are you not having an emergency meeting together to conversate and say, hey, we're going to be on the same page with messaging on this. All you have to do is send a message to everybody, say, God, let's have a conference call. Here's what we're going to be saying about this, because this was a very important issue to not 80% of the voters that voted for President Trump, but I think 20% of the voters wanted to know what's going to happen with Epstein, and it's a big letdown. Normally, when I come, I give a very positive message. My only suggestion, no more fumbles. You're having the greatest start ever as a president. There's going to be Nobel Prize, but a lot more than that. I believe he has a shot at going down as one of the greatest presidents of all time and competing for some of the top 5 type of lists. But we have to have an emergency meeting and saying collectively, no more fumbles.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Hey.
Why this beat so cold?
We will make America proud again. When you try to kill ourselves, we will make America wealthy again. And yes, together, we will make America great again.
Oh boy, oh boy. What a show we have today, man. Again, we're just doing some deep dives. Again, the American people want answers, man. The people want answers. You know, we seen the whole uproar yesterday, you know, and a lot of people upset at a lot of people, you know, put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. And now more people want even more answers. And a lot of you guys sent me this one a couple hours ago. I said, well, we'll check it out. But it's proof. And the Epstein jail cell footage totally debunked. This is not evidence. He killed himself. There's a lot going on, man. Seeing our boy Benny from The Cry and many other people that, you know, that just, you know, been going so hard on this and been covering this for a long time. You know, we've seen the conspiracy theories fall down, pass out, have heart attacks. Boy, I tell you, man. But people saying we don't serve a politician, we serve Christ. The dark must shine in the light. You know, some sick things have taken place, and people want accountability, man. No other way around it. But I hope y'all are having a blessed, beautiful week, day, month. 2025 is going well for you and your family, man. It's one love to the human race. And we're going to stay on top of our game every single day, you know, bringing the real to you. So if you're new here, join the family. You know, we keep it real. Don't hold your tongue in the comment section. Let me know how you're feeling. Let me know how you feel about this. You know, I see some of y'all in the comment section arguing. Calm down, breathe. Be respectful is all that I ask in the comment section. Please be respectful. You know, again, we all agree to disagree. A lot of people, you know, think this should happen. This should happen. This should happen. Some people think Pam Bondi should resign. Some people say this should happen. So hey, but just all I ask is that y'all be respectful in the comment section. Don't y'all be in there cursing their people out and calling them all out their names, looking at their profile picture. I'll be seeing all kind of comments, man. Just be respectful. That's all that I ask, man. We're all human beings, And hey, here we are in 2025. After a landslide, after majority of America, voted for this president, man. And we believe in President Trump. We're rooting for President Trump. Some went out and voted 3 times. Some voted for Biden last year and went out and voted for President Trump because the thing got so bad. They seen the biggest scandal in American history. And it's just been scandals and corruption and crimes, frauds, fakes, scandal after scandal, and the people expect what was promised out of President Trump. And these were one of the promises, And we heard that the files was going to be released, that there was on somebody's desk, that there was a truckload. Hey, But here we go. Let's go and jump in. Oh, here we go with these mini intros. I tell you, boy. The person that makes these intros, man, I'll tell you. Yeah.
What's up, guys? Benny, you ever screwed up a situation royally and realize that you're your own worst enemy? It happens to all of us. It's okay. Don't feel bad. But there's a reason why that saying is so popular, is that sometimes you just can't get out of your own way and you make a bad situation worse. This is what the Trump administration is doing with Epstein. You don't have to keep taking the L. There's a way out. But they keep doubling down on the trust us, we looked into it, bro. We're good. Move on. Doesn't work anymore. That's not the world that we live in. And the more that you do it, the more you call the Streisand effect down upon your own head and upon your own house. The Streisand effect, of course, is when Barbara Streisand freaked out and said, "Don't post pictures of my house. I'll sue you." It's like everyone's going to post a picture of their house and want to look at it. And the Trump administration is doing that right now. Take, Jeffrey Epstein completely off the table, right? Let's just say this is a political loser for the Trump administration. Why the hell would you release it like this to a left-wing reporter at a left-wing outlet, Axios? Like, even the rollout is insane and clunky and dumb. Like, they dropped this after a wonderful 4th of July weekend where Donald Trump had win after win after win, and that's how they cap off the weekend, by releasing this at 9 p.m. at night?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense on a Sunday.
Some big wins, man.
It's like designed for...
We were winning with the Supreme Court. I mean, we were winning over here. We were winning over here. We were winning at my grandma's house. We were winning everywhere. And then, bam, Axios.
For failure. And then the release itself was just fraught with errors, as a reporter asked at the White House today. You released a video from Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell, and it was missing minutes of footage.
Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the
Yeah, sure. If I could...
So hold on just a second. I want to break this down. So what he means by this is, in the release of this memo, there was a link to 11 hours of prison footage proving that Jeffrey Epstein definitely 100% killed himself. Yet even in that footage, there's missing minutes, right? This is the entry door to the actual maximum security prison here in Manhattan. You can see here that you miss a full minute and then the camera jumps and the aperture changes. It's very strange. Like, did anybody decide to ever explain that? Here's Pam Bondi's explanation.
Sure.
Before President Trump interrupts her and says, stop talking about Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all
Well, I've
of
seen
the
some of you guys in the comments in our previous show saying, wait, maybe Trump didn't mean, didn't mean it this way, because again, we've seen, that, tragedy in Texas and the flood. And, he's probably like, let's talk about right now people, the lives that are being lost. And then there's also, we have big wins we just took, I've seen comments like that. But then again, when it comes to this Epstein stuff, y'all, people want answers, man. People want accountability, So again, Trump did misread his base on this. I'm just being real,
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean,
okay, so they go on and on. What's important here is that Pam Bondi gives a very strange explanation about the prison security camera system being old and that it needs a minute to reset every single night, which doesn't seem very secure to me. Remember, the cameras went out in Jeffrey Epstein's prison floor. The guards fell asleep. The whole thing's a nightmare. The whole thing's a mess. And it's very easy to call out some of the lies. Here we go. Today, Pam Bondi lied and said the U.S. government has no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein being a spy or an agent of an intel agency. This is a lie. FBI documents from 2008 prove that Epstein provided information for the FBI as agreed upon. Epstein was an agent with the FBI, which is indeed an intelligence agency. And then she drops these receipts right here. Epstein provided information to the FBI as agreed upon. Cases advised no federal prosecution. We also know that Epstein belonged to intelligence, as Alex Acosta famously said. Lost his job for saying that in the first Trump administration. Crazy stuff. Even on our program, Alan Dershowitz saying that he definitely could have been a Mossad agent or working with Mossad. So, like, why are we asking these questions and the DOJ isn't asking these questions? Like, doesn't have an answer to these questions, or they do have the answer and they're not telling us. It's very strange. It's very odd. And of course, like, nobody's buying it. And that's the real problem for the Trump administration. Nobody's buying this. Now, everyone's made a joke about this prison tier video, the missing minute, right? And, it's funny, and there's plenty of memes who was actually there. But it's good. It would be nice to, like, actually get maybe a breakdown of this video. You're not missing anything. All you're seeing, all the video is 11 hours pretty much of this shot. Some people during the 11 hours, like, pass through or come in and out. But what exactly are we looking at here? We found this account that does a remarkable breakdown of what we are actually looking at with maps and diagrams inside of this video and how the feds are lying again about what they have released. We find it so enraging because in their original release, they don't explain any of this. It's so insulting to the American people because, people really do care about this. We care if our leaders killed a guy who had blackmail on them, if they were part of an elite predator ring. And if that isn't the case, fine, you need to explain your work to us and put it out of our minds. In fact, the way that it's being handled is doing the exact opposite. Like, this is a great breakdown of why this video is garbage. Listen, here's a 5-minute clip of the CCTV camera from inside the special housing unit floor of the Jeffrey Epstein was held on the night he killed himself. It's posted in 2 versions on the DOJ website. This is the enhanced version. Okay, what exactly are we looking at? See here. Here is a photo of actual Jeffrey Epstein's cell. First thing we need to understand is how the special housing unit is distributed. Each floor has 6 boxes or cell blocks that contain each cell, 8 cells each. These cell blocks are stacked on top of each other, so you have 3 upper cell blocks and 3 lower cell blocks. Epstein was held in cell 220. marked with the letter L right here. Okay, on the L cell block in the red diagram. This is where Jeffrey Epstein was held. This was his cell. You can see here that it's actually really close. It's a maximum security cell because it's held very close to the guard, where the guard is. Okay, but anyway, let's continue. If you stand in front of the cell block's gate entrance, you can see both the secured doors to the cells on both sides and one utility pair between them. The rationale is that those non-secured doors between the cells has easy access to plumbing and electrical to maintenance the cells. You can see that the secured doors have vertical peak windows and handcuffing slot and a food tray slot and secured hinges. Okay, right here. This would be Epstein's cell, off screen, cell door, normal cell door, and a crawl space in between the cells. Okay. Got it. So pretty standard prison cell block. For further clarity, this is the view from the observation floor of the floor. You are a prison guard sitting at your desk, and you can see simultaneously all cell block entrances, both upper and lower. In the picture, the L tier cell block where Epstein's cell is directly in front of the security guard, right? So here's the tier, and there's the tier upper and lower. That's how the prison is built. In fact, an officer's station has a unique angle of Epstein's exact cell. Now let's look at the screenshot in the video the DOJ shared. Okay, again, this is the prison guard desk. This would be Epstein's cell. This would be Epstein's tier, the L tier, right there. You immediately notice that whatever this is not the cell block. Those are not the cell doors. In fact, 10 minutes into the video, each person that comes out of one of those doors is with a trash bin and places it in the middle of the floor. So if it's not a cell block, what the hell are we looking at? The space we're looking at is a common space near the elevators and staircases. I've marked it myself in the diagram below. The red dot is the position of the camera in which the DOJ released the video recorded. It was opposite of the officer's station. In no way could it have seen Epstein's cell block, let alone Epstein's cell. The way to confirm this is a space marked on the schematics in the angle shape of the floor. Matches the angle we can see here in the video. Door marked 46 leads to the main entrance of the entire block, of the entire unit facility, right? So here's where the camera is. Here's where the camera is. This is where Epstein's cell is. This is where the entrance to Epstein's tier block would be. And the camera is looking this direction. Okay. So what does that look like? Let's see right here. So it's definitely, whatever it is, it's definitely not on Epstein's cell. If you look a little bit closer at the DOJ footage, you can see the officer's station on the far end. Zooming in, you can see some teeth that seem to pop up on the right. Those are staircases right here, right there. Those are staircases. This is the only thing we can remotely see in the direction of Epstein's cell block. This sliver of a staircase. Anybody could have gone up and down the staircases without being seen by the camera. Now it's important, gate 46 is the only way into or out of the entire floor, all right? So we have 11 hours of footage throughout the night. So that must prove that nobody exited or entered the floor, right? Well, I'm going to ask the obvious question. How do we know that somebody didn't enter before the DOJ video started? By all measures, you could have just stayed in Epstein's cell block area without being seen. Camera on the far end didn't work after all. You can see here, broken camera. There should be a camera here that was broken conveniently. You know, you could have just stayed in the utility crawl space. You know, you can imagine that somebody could just stay there and then kill Epstein, right? Somebody did go out of the entire floor and then went back in. An officer went out and she came back in. So you can see people that were leaving. So it's not like it's 100%. It's not like there was nobody coming in or out, and it certainly doesn't show Epstein coming in or out.
Yeah.
Why don't we see that? Why isn't that in the footage? So people did, in fact, come in and out. Maybe it's the guards who fell asleep, right? Right. Okay. There you go. Another officer gets out a couple minutes after midnight. Then the big fella gets in at 12:06. Then from 1 to 2:30, the officers must have dozed off because one was sitting with his head back without moving for that period of time. We know this. The officer fell asleep quite famously. The female officer goes out again. She comes back in. She goes out again, comes back in. Okay, this is odd. The video is spliced. This is, again, the missing minute. You can see the frame of the video changes. Right before the splice, some sort of editing software pops up in the upper right-hand corner. Very strange. Pam Bondi says, this is normal. I don't know. At 4:05, the female that I haven't seen going in or out of the whole video goes out. She comes back in. The female officer goes out again and comes back in. Here we go. Whoever the hell this is. What looks like a female with a hoodie goes out at 5:38 a.m. Not even 1 minute later, the male officer goes in. I think at the same time, the male officer, who gets 10 minutes later, does something with a big bag and a trash bin. The hoodie female comes back. There you go. Here's the footage. Here he is taking maybe out the trash. Longer clip. This is the moment they realized Epstein had killed himself. There's a lot more activity in the officer's desk. They're going back and forth. They look distressed in comparison to their body language the rest of the night. Okay. Moments like here, let's just go ahead and watch, shall we? You can see maybe a little more urgency and rapidity in how they move. Okay. Almost like this towned out, there was barely any movement on the floor. The officers had dozed off again, couldn't render the whole clip, so on and so forth. Okay. So, forgot about that. To add this, according to the DOJ FBI investigation, the figure in the orange you see escorted by 2 officers here is Epstein being led to his cell. Goodness. Okay. So, what's going on? Well, it certainly isn't footage that proves conclusively that nobody was within Jeffrey Epstein's cell. It wasn't even video of his cell tier in the video. It just seems like incredibly sloppy.
Very sloppy.
And like the explanation of all of this doesn't make much sense. And they're saying this should be enough to make you shut up forever about it. And I'm saying, no, it just makes you more concerned about what we're actually learning and what we know. It's extremely strange. And you hate to see it because it is very much a litmus test, a Rosetta Stone of the deep state. Like it needs to be this operation will not go away. It will only compound in interest the more you try to cover it up. So screaming, don't talk about it, don't talk about it, don't look at it, is only going to make people look at it harder.
Yeah.
And come up with these kind of inconsistencies.
I really like it or not, you guys. It's just the truth, you know. I know a lot of y'all in my comment section on the previous shows are saying, you know, Rick, you know, some of y'all are really saying, read the comments, y'all. I'm just saying what y'all are saying, you know, let them ride in hell. We you know, let's all move on. And, you know, we know what you know, what this is all about. And we should just move on and let Trump continue to focus on, you know, these other issues, and let's focus on the great things he's already done and the great start he's having. You know, but I'm just telling you guys, a lot of people are they want more answers. They want accountability. So it's just like, you know, so a lot of people are just not gonna move on. They're not just gonna give up. I hate to break it to y'all, but y'all know I gotta come on here and keep it real with y'all, man. But I do see a lot of that in the comment section. And you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, again, I tell you guys, we all are different, man, in a way. You know, our blood is red, but We all got different minds. We have different train of thought, opinions. We all have different beliefs. But a lot of people, want the darkness to shine in the light, man. So here we are. And when stuff come out like this and the way things are done in this particular way, more people are going to want more answers. They're going to ask more questions, But let me know what y'all think of this, man. I love you guys. We're going to stay on top of everything, all the breaking news. And again, we're rooting for America. We're rooting for President Trump, praying for this administration, and praying that the truth will shine in the light, man. And that's what we're rooting for. But hey, I love y'all. God bless you all and your family, and I'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace and love, you guys.
Nuclear news. Extra piece about Scuba Berserk. It literally, guys, this is crazy. I'm actually shocked. What's happening? There's just so much bullish news coming out day by day. Hello, everyone. Hope you guys are having an amazing day. Extra piece around $2.30.
Like now I'm at a point where like sometimes I would open trades with 10,000, 15,000. But the thing is, I made such good returns with low margin my whole life where I'm just kind of immune to doing that again. Even if you look at this, for example, my XRP trade is a $237 margin, 55 leverage with 2,700. But this took a lot of years. You guys need to understand, like, this is not just, I've been glued to these markets for years. Like, this is all I've done. I've lost relationships in the past because of these markets. I left one of my girlfriends in the past because I couldn't do correct risk assessment because she was always in my ear every time I was trading. Like this, I've been glued to these markets. But a good trading, you could start anywhere. But when I first started trading, I started with Carl from the Moon. I took his link and I took his welcome deposit bonus. Realistically, the thing is, you could deposit the 2,000, don't even use it. Use the $400 futures bonus, and you practice with that with like opening 3 different trades at 100, 100, 100, but your 2,000 is still there, and then you withdraw if anything. And then if you're ready for the next level, that's when you utilize your margin, but just don't be crazy with the leverage. Don't be crazy with the leverage. You don't need to be crazy with the leverage. I'm doing it because I'm experienced. I could handle high leverage. Like, for example, this is the perfect example I'm about to show you right now. This Bitcoin trade. I opened a $4,200 Bitcoin trade. Okay, $4,200 Bitcoin trade margin. And I put 6 leverage. I know this is not going to get liquidated. My liquidation price is at $86,000. I've had this open for about 3 weeks now, and it's up 51%. But this is what I mean by having like a safety harness. Like this right here, I knew when I opened it, I'm like, okay, like I know I ain't gonna lose shit, you know. But the longer you open it, obviously you have your trading fees that you get paid out every day. But realistically speaking, it's minimal compared to the outcome, right? Because I'm holding on to this trade probably until, I don't know, maybe like 125, 130, and then I'll close it. But this is just something safe. The more you have to practice. You have to practice. You got to go in and out. You got to understand it. It's not always about, it's obviously getting a good entry. I believe Carl from the Moon, this is like, he has a entry trade of Bitcoin. I think it's at like 20,000. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. It might be 14,000, might be a little bit less. Well, take a look at my Ethereum trade. Okay, get a barf bag for this one. My Ethereum trade, $42. $42 margin. It's up 5,700%. We realized $6,200, and we have unrealized of $2,400. Right? Yeah, it's real. Like this is my entry price was $1,700. So yeah. Good morning, Andrew. Good morning. Where can I start learning leverage trading for beginners? You could search it up on YouTube, but for learning these things, you kind of have to do it yourself. You really got to get it hands-on, and you got to play around with the markets, get the feel for it. Like right off the bat, I'll tell you right now, like as soon as you deposit, if it's 2-bit or if it's Bidunex, they all have like the same layout, right? I'm using 2-bit and Bidunex right now. As soon as you deposit, your funds are going to be in the account. Obviously, it's going to be in your spot account. You pretty much go and you transfer it over to the futures account. And when it's here, you see this, right? So you see, for example, if we open up the XRP chart right here, just because everybody's more immune to XRP, look at the chart. Nice little pullback actually right now. Like if XRP goes to around here, 241 or even 239, those are some good entries. That's the 15-minute mark. Give me 1 second. You want to kind of get the environment feeling. Like from a longer time frame, an hour, 239 looks realistic. Could come back down, okay? But when you zoom out to the 4-hour, there's a lot of buying pressure right here. You could see these wicks of these candles, right? I'm going to say like 235. Like 235 could be the little backdrop, and then we'll see another upswing. But other than that, it looks like there's strong support. We already passed that 227, 230 mark. So now we just need to maintain anything over 235 and then just keep climbing. You would come here. I never use isolated. Okay. I never use cross. Do not use cross. Always isolated. I'm not going to, you could read it. It'll tell you. I'm not going to read everything right now. I always use isolated. And then you could do limit buy. Limit buy is, let's say when the price gets to $2.4302, that's when your orders are going to get filled. Or you do market, you go right in, right? With market, there's a little bit more fees, but they're minuscule. They're not a big difference. And then you would just go ahead and put, so we're going to do market. It's not going to put a price here. You put how much money you want to put in with. So for example, it's telling me I have no money here. Let me just do another one. Let's do Sol. Maybe we'll open up a Sol trade. Yeah, Sol looks very, right. There's a big move coming. Market, isolated. This is 100x. Yeah, let's put 100x just to show. With 100x, $223 right here. Just to show you guys how risky this is with 100x. Never use 100x. Never. Absolutely never. That's when we get liquidated if it comes right back down. So let's watch this. So the Axelar trade we opened is up 32. The Algorand trade that we just opened was at up 59 right now. And I believe the Solana will get liquidated right here. But this is 100x though. This is absolutely insane. This is not even gambling. This is just next level stupidity. Okay. But I'm just kind of showing you guys. Obviously when you do, 3x, 2x, those are your best bets. But my margin here is only $200, right? So sorry, I'm not at the chat. Let me go over the chat, but let's look at this. Yeah, we're going to get liquidated here. They're going to take our money. I could close it right now. Let me just close it because I don't want to be so... you know what? Let's just keep it open. Let's just see. It should kind of come back up. I don't know why it's not. Okay. I want to be... Give me 1 second. I'm kind of doing a little risk assessment right now. I'm just going to close these trades. We're going to lose. We're going to break even. Algorand, I'll leave open. Solana looks like we're going to get liquidated. But I'll close it. Okay, I'm going to the chat. Yeah, or get a demo account. I'm pretty sure you could do demo on here. When you go to Bidunex, there's a part where it says demo. You could do demo. Lead trade. Or is it down here? Yeah, I don't know exactly where it is. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit of a pullback right now. So if you guys are looking for entries even on the demo account, this is going to be the time. This is going to be the time. My Solana trade's definitely going to get liquidated. 100%. What's going on right now? Did something come out? I'm going to close the Solana trade. Because that's what we should be doing. So yeah, I'll open another one right here just to show you better entry. But Solana doesn't really excite me. I'm not a big fan of Solana. Not a big fan of Solana. Just like given how it was born, Solana was born from a Ponzi scheme, like with Alameda. The tech, yeah, sure, you want to say it's great. But at the end of the day, it just sus. Like, look at all the rug pulls that happened on Solana. Like, how is that even legal on that scale? Billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Yeah, these are some good entries right now. So let's see. I'm going to say for Solana, this is going to be the little entry point potentially. 155. This thing stays properly. Okay, folks, we're going to wrap this up. It was a pleasure. The Elgrand trade is still open. I'm probably going to open an Axolotl trade shortly. Ondo's open. Sui's open. We're just seeing a little bit of a pullback. Remember, the markets aren't going to keep going up. I mean, it will, but I'm saying it's not going to just keep going. It needs to flush out people like me, right? There's people like me that I just showed you, right? A lot of people are doing this. Like there's millions, billions of people in the world, and there are millions trading. And there's a lot of people that are doing 100x. There's other platforms that let you do like 275 leverage. And that's why sometimes these markets get, a nice little healthy pullback. It's because there's over leveraged individuals and they just clean them out. Okay, let's see quickly through the chat. She wasn't investing in her future, bro. You did. Oh yeah, I'm so happy. The best decision I made in my life. Oh man, I'll never forget that day. I lost like $8,000. I'll never forget that day. Money's money at the end of the day. I just lost $100 on the stream. Yeah, it bugs me. Obviously, like losing money is never fun. But it is what it is. It's good that you guys saw. If I had my Solana trade open, I would be in the money now. But again, that's what I mean. It's like you don't know. You don't know. You want to play it safe sometimes. You don't want to play it safe sometimes. But how high? 1 second. Now I kind of want to get a vengeance on Solana. Here's the thing. When Solana goes through 159.94, it's going to peak. It is going to peak, and 168, 180, those levels are coming again. Yeah, this is it for Solana. If you guys, Solana might be a good trade. This is the 4-hour time frame. So this line right here, the 160, Solana right now is coiling up to pierce through it. It's just a matter of how fast it's going to happen. Let's see, where was I going to go? I was about to ask about the ETH cross trade. Yeah, that cross trade, yep, still open. Still open. Yeah, that ETH is a cross trade that I accidentally opened. It was supposed to be isolated. So that's why it's still cross. I'm not closing this. I'm not going to close it. How do you see those time frames? Can you share about those time frames? 1 day, 4 day, 4 hour, 50 minutes. Which is the latest? I don't understand by which is the latest. At the top left, you'll see the 1 minute candle, right? These are honestly the 1 minute candles if you're scalping, if you're in and out, right? If you're in and out, let's say you bought an entry here, it goes up, you want to sell, like you want to see these quick moves. 3 minute, 5 minute, we don't really care about if you're doing long-term trades. What you really want to focus on when you're looking for an entry, 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, 1 hours are the ones that I kind of look at just to kind of get the feel for it, feel for like the entry. Do I think it's going to come back down lower? Like when I go to the 50-minute time frame, it doesn't look like it's going to come back lower. It looks like it's kind of choppy. But when I go to the 1 hour time frame, I'm like, okay, you know what? It could come down to 155 here and then bounce back up, right? So you get a better idea of the environment of the market, of that token that you're about to enter. And then when you go over to the 8 hour chart, for example, I like the 8 hour chart, you get a bigger vibe. Like in my opinion, with this 8 hour chart, but the thing is, my opinion only matters so much because we're headed towards institutional adoption and we are going to see like a hockey stick curve. So it could happen at any moment. They could come out and this Genius Act has passed. I don't know how the market's going to react to it, but it'll react to it pretty well. Like this 8 hour tells me it's going to kind of come back down a little bit. However, there's a lot of different perspectives you can look at it from. I also love using the Hakashini candles. Hakashini candles gives you the momentum of the chart. So when you go over to the 8 hour momentum chart candles, if you want to call it, it doesn't look like the momentum is dying out yet, right? So this just kind of tells you the momentum up, down, up, down, up, down. You can see it, right? Over here, it looks like it's kind of dying off, but I don't know. It may not, right? Because look, over here, it looks like it was dying off, right? And then boom. So this kind of tracks the momentum of the token that you're about to enter. But overall, bullish. You're only going to get wrecked if you're using high leverage, right? For example, I'll open a soul trade right now. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to open a soul trade. You know what? I don't want to open a soul trade. I'm not a big fan of soul. I'll open a safer one. I'll put Axelar. Okay, we'll open an Axelar trade and we won't be a peasant with it. Oh my God. Like you see, this is looking good when you look at it from the Hakashini candles. I'm going to do a 9x long, isolated, and we're going to use 500 bucks. 9x. You know what? Maybe I'll don't do this. This is a little bit more riskier than normal. Like even 13 leverage is a lot. Let's do 13 leverage. Just because I don't have a lot of margin that I'm going in with. So 504, open long. Wait. Let me just check the 5 minutes here quick. This scares me. A little bit. Is there anything? Give me 1 second. I kind of want to. Is there anything going on that I don't know about? I haven't checked Twitter. I haven't watched. Give me 1 second. I want to open a trade, but let me just check Twitter quickly. Anything going on Twitter? What's going on Twitter? Announcement. Wow, that's so cool. I just saw BNY Mellon's announcement. I didn't see that yesterday. Aliens just landed at the White House. Beautiful. Eek! I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. It's such a big move coming. It's so insane. I don't want to just go open a trade right now just because I'm on stream. I mean, we just did though with those stupid ones. But it's okay. It's good that you guys could see how fast you get wrecked. You know, that's why people say don't leverage trade. But just don't be stupid with your leverage. That's it. And do never, ever, ever utilize money that you cannot afford to lose. Ever. You're better off just accumulating. Fuck it. My gut is telling me to do it. It's not even me. Let me check one thing here. You know what? I think I'm safe with this. 13x, blah, 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 market. We'll do 500. Okay. Chow. That's entered. Okay. We'll keep the Ondo trade open. Axlar is open. My liquidation for Axlar is 31 cents 54. 31 cents 54, in my opinion, is not going to happen. Is not going to happen. And if it does, I'm done. I am absolutely done. You will never see me again. I am running away. There's no way. There's like that would be absolutely insane. Given the market sentiment right now, and if it comes back down to 31.54, it can. It's only 2.5 cents move. But I just don't see it happening. Unless aliens land. But we'll see. Oh, I know. They say tariff, you get wrecked. It's absolutely insane. Looks like it's headed south. Nah, we only head north. No, XRP's price is not going to crash. We made a video about this. When XRP goes up, it's going to keep on going up. It's not going to crash at all. And you can just tell by the way XRP performs now. Like, it's just, they need that stability. But the thing is, nothing has even happened yet. No, Peter, I think you're wrong. I hope you're right if you're looking for an entry, but I think you're wrong. I don't think it's going to go to 31. I don't think it's going to go to 29 cents. What up, little PP? We're actually about to wrap this up. We're going to wrap this up. Okay, we got $5. I'm going to close the trade. I'm going to go treat myself to a cappuccino. And, oh, well, that didn't work out. I guess I'm just going to go downstairs and do nothing. There goes my cappuccino money. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Appreciate you guys for joining today. We're going to have better live streams in the horizon coming up. You best believe it. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a better agenda. Appreciate you guys joining. And we'll be back. We'll be back with another video today.
The next 5 days are the most critical if you own XRP, because we are looking at confirmed prices that vary from $11,829 to numbers as high as $64,500 per XRP, confirmed by numerous Ripple directors, to the fact that XRP will replace Bitcoin. This information has also been confirmed by numerous experts as well, that confirm that the XRP price will be $65,400 and potentially as early as weeks. And again, another Ripple official also confirmed it. And all of this is due to the thousands of banks and central banks that have decided to officially move trillions of dollars onto the XRP ledger, including the Federal Reserve of the United States of America, which has announced July 14th as the date that the FedWire will integrate the XRP ledger, causing $27,000 per XRP. But what they're not telling you is this is going to unfold substantially sooner, and it's all going to happen. The XRP price reaching over $10,000, almost guaranteed, going to happen on July 15th. Why is that? Well, the introduction of over $650 trillion. Now, you probably have heard this number in numerous places, like Ripple's head of payment Envisions, which cited $300,000 in cross-border payments alone and another $300,000 in internal payments, or Ripple XDev, which is the official Ripple account, which cited $600 trillion in real estate market entering the XRP ledger, and even numerous experts and analysts that highlighted that over $654 trillion will enter the XRP ledger, as rumors suggest XRP supply shock imminent. And yes, this $650 trillion will begin the inflow on July 21st, but a massive burn on the XRP ledger will take place July 15th. We are going to see a surge of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, in fact, starting from July 15th, completing July 21st, and so on, that will inject this money into the XRP ledger and cause for XRP to, at bare minimum price, reach $11,000. This is every single XRP. XRP, which is currently priced at $2.45, will be over $11,000. And so, as we mentioned this, we partner with Apple to give every single person watching in today's video up to $100 worth of free XRP, which could literally convert into over $2 million if this actually unfolds. This is literally free money. All you have to do is like the video, comment, subscribe, and sign up on Apple using my link in the description and do a transaction. This whole process takes less than 5 minutes. But guys, the potential here is to make millions of dollars because you've dedicated 5 minutes of your time. And again, I'm not a financial advisor, it's not financial advice, you should always do your own research. But the point here is that whether you go ahead and XRP skyrockets to 10, 20,000 or not, this is literally free money for you to take advantage of. In fact, you can even withdraw this money into cash and just take it if you want to. It's completely up to you. But yeah, sign up on Apple using my link in the description, and let's understand how this whole influx of $654 trillion and $2.45 per XRP, going all the way up to $11,898 overnight, is about to unfold. Just listen to this.
Markets like Japan, I think, are still unlocking. The market opportunity here is massive. You have trillions of dollars flowing cross-border globally. It's still largely dominated by the SWIFT network, if you will. And that's architecture. That's a technology architecture that's developed 50 years ago. There's an opportunity to modernize. That takes time, particularly when you have a government in the U.S. kind of combating that innovation. But that's changing now. The Trump effect, if you will, is profound. You're seeing that in asset prices, but you're also going to see that in the adoption of these technologies.
Yeah, and I think so. When you're looking at the growth story then of Ripple, does it still come from overseas? Are you expecting a change in terms of domestic interest in Ripple?
Well, we're definitely already seeing a change in the domestic interest. The 6 weeks after President Trump was elected, we signed more deals in the United States than we had in the previous 6 months. So these are very innovative technologies. I think they're going to play out over 10, even 20 years in terms of how they integrate and rewire the financial infrastructure of the United States. That's across payments. That's across even the settlement of maybe real estate transactions, securities transactions. So I think we're going to see this play out over a long arc. But the United States is finally unlocked, and I think people are underestimating how big that change is, and you'll see that continue to play out this year.
Yeah. Now
let's talk about what's going to happen July 14th. This is the most important video I think I've ever put out. So hear me out. I'm going to give you the keyword searches: FedWire payments, XRP. That's your Google keyword search. You know how Ripple applied for the Federal Reserve account. It's for this. That's a 1 quadrillion. 1 quadrillion. Payment system. If they use XRP for all of it, which according to my research, it looks like that is going to be the case, that is going to make XRP worth $27,000 per token if the velocity is 10. Obviously, we watch and we wait. It's not guaranteed. It's a $1 quadrillion market, so I just divided that by 365, but I think you're picking up what I'm putting down, right? Secure your crypto. This is my only account. I am not on Twitter. I am not on Facebook. I am nowhere else. I will not help you move your crypto. It's very, very important that once this occurs, that you guys do not trust anyone. Keep your mouth shut about how much XRP you have. Do not tell anybody if you have it. By the way, this is just one. There's more to come. It's gonna keep going up. So maybe figure out what your plan is now. You should have heard me earlier. I almost passed out. Okay, so now you know what I know. Forrest and I discovered this at the same time. But if you would, please repost. I'm trying to be calm. Please repost this though, because
don't miss the main point of the video, which is $600 trillion. That is what everybody's talking about. And it comes down to the fact that $650 trillion will cause XRP to go to $10,000 to $11,000 overnight. But there's one thing that not many people are telling you about, and that all of the money is actually going through to reach the XRP ledger, the real token. Guys, nobody is talking about this because they are trying to capture as much real tokens as they can, because real token bills in the XRP ledger will go from 1 cent to over $64,500 with only 1% of the $650 trillion, which is all going to go into the real token, which is built on the XRP ledger, eventually flowing into the XRPL. You need to understand this because starting July 15th, a 10% burn of the real token will initiate, and there's only about 58 million total phase 1 supply, which is nothing. But July 15th, a 10% burn will occur, and obviously the price is going to skyrocket the closer we get to July 15th. But then on July 21st, the $600 trillion will begin flowing into the XRP ledger, or at least they've announced there will be a major announcement with regards to it flowing onto the XRP ledger through the real token. We are talking about generational wealth being made overnight from the real token. You know, if XRP is about to reach $11,000 per XRP overnight, imagine the price of real token that is a massively low supply compared to XRP. Like XRP is 100 billion, real token we're talking only 58 million. We are talking about the real token going from literally 1 penny to over 60, 70, maybe even $100,000 overnight, while XRP going from $2 to 11,000. They're both a lot of money, but you are going to make absolutely generational wealth. Like every 1,000 potentially makes you over $1 to $10 million for the real token. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. It's not financial advice. No, do your own research. And again, I'm just telling you guys this because I want you to do your research. This is a real life utility-based payment solution and real estate tokenization project. They have very, very low resistance, very strong support levels, which is what you want to see for a utility-based project. This is where the money is going to flow on the XRP ledger. It's all going to go through the real token. Even more support. This is what we need now. There is a retracement that occurred. If you are trying to get in, this is the time to go in. This is the lowest it has ever gotten. We want to be able to capture, at least you want to be able to capture as much as you can right now before the price actually booms, which it will, and it's priming itself for a massive breakout. I mean, this thing did an instant 10x when it launched, and it's only going to get stronger in its pump as we get closer to July 15th and July 21st. And nobody's talking about this. Why? Because all of your influencers, all the experts that you know have been accumulating. I've seen a lot of influencers talking about this at the very beginning. Now they're all dead silent because they know the potential of the real token potentially reaching $60,000, $70,000 overnight. So they're trying to capture all of the money for themselves. Now, again, I'm not a financial advisor. It's not financial advice. Always do your own research. In fact, I'll be leaving all their information down below in the description, like their website, payrollfi.com, which talks about the entire project, real estate and payment unified by blockchain. This is huge. So guys, with that being said, again, I'll be leaving all the links down below in the description. I want to conclude the video off here, but I want to tell you guys have to check this out. There's a lot of things happening on the XRP Ledger, a lot of projects building on the XRP Ledger, and generational wealth will be made using it. So guys, with that being said, I'm going to end the video here. If you guys enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. I'll see you guys next time, and peace. The next 5 days are the most critical if you own XRP, because we are looking at confirmed prices that vary from $11,829 to numbers as high as $64,500 per XRP, confirmed by numerous Ripple directors, to the fact that XRP will replace Bitcoin. This information has also been confirmed by numerous experts as well, that confirm that the XRP price will be $65,400 and potentially as early as weeks. And again, another Ripple official also confirmed it. And all of this is due to the thousands of banks and central banks that have decided to officially move trillions of dollars onto the XRP ledger, including the Federal Reserve of the United States of America, which has announced July 14th as the date that the FedWire will integrate the XRP ledger, causing $27,000 per XRP. But what they're not telling you is this is going to unfold substantially sooner, and it's all going to happen. The XRP price reaching over $10,000, almost guaranteed, going to happen on July 15th. Why is that? Well, the introduction of over $650 trillion. Now, you probably have heard this number in numerous places, like Ripple's head of payment Envisions, which cited $300,000 in cross-border payments alone and another $300,000 in internal payments, or Ripple XDev, which is the official Ripple account, which cited $600 trillion in real estate market entering the XRP ledger, and even numerous experts and analysts that highlighted that over $654 trillion will enter the XRP ledger, as rumors suggest XRP supply shock is imminent. And yes, this $650 trillion will begin the inflow on July 21st, but a massive run on the XRP ledger will take place July 15th. We are going to see a surge of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, in fact, starting from July 15th, completing July 21st, and so on, that will inject this money into the XRP ledger and cause for XRP to, at bare minimum price, reach $11,000. This is every single XRP. XRP, which is currently priced at $2.45, will be over $11,000. And so, as we mentioned this, we partner with Apple to give every single person watching today's video up to $100 worth of free XRP, which could literally convert into over $2 million if this actually unfolds. This is literally free money. All you have to do is like the video, comment, subscribe, and sign up on Apple using my link in the description and do a transaction. This whole process takes less than 5 minutes. But guys, the potential here is to make millions of dollars because you've dedicated 5 minutes of your time. And again, I'm not a financial advisor, it's not financial advice, you should always do your research. But the point here is that whether you go ahead and XRP skyrockets to 10, 20,000 or not, this is literally free money for you to take advantage of. In fact, you can even withdraw this money into cash and just take it if you want to.
This is something that can't be kept quiet, ladies and gentlemen. Experts say the price of XRP Ripple is ready to take off, and they predict it could soar to $1,000 and beyond. Pretty cool, right? And it's all because the Ripple versus SEC lawsuit could end at any moment. The entire crypto community is watching closely, waiting for this bullish signal. This video is going to blow your mind. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Disclaimer. Ripple's long-running legal battle with the SEC is finally nearing its conclusion. And for the crypto world, this might be one of the most important moments of 2025. Back in 2020, Ripple was accused of conducting a $1.3 billion unregistered securities offering through the sale of XRP. The lawsuit quickly became the centerpiece of crypto's regulatory struggle in the United States. But now, nearly 5 years later, both Ripple and the SEC are expected to withdraw their appeals, which means Judge Analisa Torres's 2023 ruling becomes final, binding, and unchangeable. As Jungle Inc. Crypto News put it, no more delays, no more court drama. That simple statement sums up the relief many XRP holders and crypto participants are feeling right now. Judge Torres's decision was a landmark ruling in itself. She concluded that XRP as a digital token is not a security. Ripple's programmatic sales of XRP, those made through exchanges to the public, did not break securities laws. However, she found that Ripple's institutional sales directly to sophisticated investors were unregistered securities offerings. It was a split verdict that offered both sides room to appeal. But after months of posturing and a failed settlement attempt, the signs are now clear. Neither the SEC nor Ripple wants to prolong this fight. As Steph noted on X, the SEC is expected to officially withdraw the XRP appeal any day now. That expectation was reinforced by XRP Ascend's insight that the SEC has scheduled a closed-door meeting for July 10th, during which the commissioners are expected to vote on ending the case entirely. What makes this outcome so significant is not just the fact that Ripple comes out largely victorious, it's the precedent the case now sets for the entire crypto industry. With no further court action required, Judge Torres's interpretation of the law becomes the standing legal framework for how digital assets are viewed in the United States. Her ruling makes it clear how a token is sold matters more than the token itself. That distinction could influence not just future enforcement actions but also how lawmakers draft crypto legislation moving forward. The potential impact is enormous. Ripple, now free from the weight of legal uncertainty, can aggressively scale its operations, sign new partnerships, and integrate XRP more deeply into global financial systems. XRP, too, is likely to benefit not just from a legal clarity boost, but also from the possibility of being relisted on United States exchanges, which delisted the token at the height of the SEC case. Institutional investors who might have been sitting on the sidelines due to, regulatory concerns could now revisit XRP with fresh interest. Crypto jargon summed up the journey well. They founded Ripple to change global payments, faced a $1.3 billion SEC lawsuit that nearly crushed it, and just secured crypto's biggest legal win in 2025. This is more than just the end of a case, it's a defining moment in the broader war over how crypto is regulated in the United States. For years, the SEC's approach has been to regulate by enforcement with, limited clarity and sweeping claims that most tokens are securities. But Ripple's victory and the decision to finalize Judge Torres's ruling is a direct challenge to that strategy. It doesn't just vindicate Ripple, it opens the door for other projects to push back, to demand clearer guidance, and to build without fear of arbitrary enforcement. Once Ripple and the SEC officially submit their notices of appeal withdrawal, the case is done. Judge Torres doesn't need to sign off again. No retrial, no delay. Her decision becomes law. And as Jungle Inc. succinctly put it, her decision stands as law. It's rare in the crypto world to get such a clear ending. This time we have won. Now Ripple can truly move forward. XRP can finally be judged on its utility, not its legal baggage. And the industry, still battling for recognition and regulatory clarity, has a powerful new precedent to lean on. This might not just be Ripple's win, it could be crypto's turning point. And just when you thought it was over, it's only just beginning. With the lawsuit behind them, Ripple is finally unleashed and insiders are hinting at something massive on the horizon. XRP isn't just back, it's gearing up for a run that could shake the entire crypto market. Most people have no idea, but you're about to find out. So, XRP volume is going parabolic. Something big is happening, tweeted Edo Farina, capturing what many in the XRP army are sensing. A surge in activity, confidence, and momentum. With Ripple's lawsuit essentially behind them, and a green light from Judge Torres still standing strong, the project is finally able to operate with clarity. And that clarity is unleashing a wave of speculation, optimism, and bold predictions. One of the boldest came from crypto analyst Barra C., who declared that XRP could surge to $1,000 per coin. That's a jaw-dropping 44,100% increase from where it is now. According to Bari, that kind of price action won't be driven by hype or technical patterns alone, but by one key catalyst: public institutional adoption. The moment global banks begin openly using XRP for real-world payments, liquidity management, and cross-border settlement, Bari believes it will spark a revaluation unlike anything we've seen before in crypto. In his words, the end of the era of cheap XRP is coming, and what follows could change how digital assets are priced forever. Right now, XRP is already riding the wave of bullish sentiment following a breakout above a major weekly resistance level. Analysts like Dark Defender and Agra Crypto are pointing to short-term targets as high as $3.99, while others are eyeing even more ambitious levels. But Bari isn't really focused on short-term moves. He's painting a future where XRP becomes the core infrastructure of the global financial system, the digital plumbing behind trillions of dollars in motion. It's a vision that honestly a lot of folks in the XRP community share. As Tony the Ripper put it, $10,000 XRP is not a dream, it's a destination. Some people would scoff at that, but for longtime holders who've weathered SEC battles, exchange delistings, and media skepticism, the recent legal clarity and accelerating adoption trends make that dream feel less like fantasy and more like a roadmap. Even Jack the Rippler dropped a cryptic tweet, "Money is on the way to you." And while that's pretty vague, it really resonates with the shift in energy. The idea that something significant is moving beneath the surface, aligning in XRP's favor. The XRP story has always been one of, big ambitions, but now with courtroom battles in the rear view and institutional rails being built in real time, those ambitions are colliding with reality. Whether you believe XRP is headed for $10 or $10,000, one thing is clear. The status quo is shifting, and XRP is right at the center of it. The countdown to $1,000, as Bari put it, begins the moment the banks go public. And judging by the energy in the market right now, that moment may be closer than anyone expected. And now let's dive deeper into Ripple's partnerships. And trust me, there's a lot more than meets the eye. What's happening behind the scenes right now could be the most bullish signal the crypto world has ever seen. If you think this is just another partnership announcement, think again. This could change everything. So, Ripple's journey toward global adoption just took a significant leap forward. This time in Japan, where XRP can now be earned directly through credit card points. This development, driven by a partnership between A+, a financial services company under the Shinsei Bank Group, and SBI VC Trade, the cryptocurrency arm of SBI Holdings, marks a new chapter for XRP's accessibility and real-world use. For the first time ever, cryptocurrencies have been added as exchangeable items within the A+ points program. This means that holders of A+ credit cards can now convert their accumulated points, which they earn through everyday spending, into XRP alongside Bitcoin and Ethereum. This is a subtle but powerful shift. XRP is moving beyond purely speculative markets into becoming an integrated part of consumer finance and rewards programs. Imagine this. Every 200 yen spent on an A+ card earns 1 point, and those points can now be converted into XRP tokens. Customers who spend over 50,000 yen monthly even get a bonus, making XRP accumulation through regular spending a smooth, low-barrier entry point into crypto ownership. It's a real-world use case that many cryptocurrencies strive for, but few achieve so seamlessly. XRP's availability here is no accident. SBI Holdings has been a long-time Ripple partner, and XRP was actually the only trading option on SBI VC Trade when it launched in 2018. Their collaboration extends beyond simple trading, including lending support and NFT projects on the XRP ledger, showing a broad and deep commitment to integrating XRP into financial ecosystems. What does this mean for XRP's price and global adoption? When a cryptocurrency becomes embedded in everyday consumer behavior, whether through loyalty programs, credit card points, or airline miles, it gains something invaluable: utility and demand that is independent of speculative trading. This real-world demand can significantly tighten supply, especially if holders start accumulating XRP as a reward rather than just trading it. On a macro level, these partnerships signal that XRP is positioning itself as more than just a digital asset. It's evolving into a practical currency with utility and diverse economic activities. When banks and financial institutions use XRP for cross-border payments, liquidity management, and now everyday consumer rewards, the increased velocity and adoption could lead to a surge in demand. With supply relatively fixed, this demand could push prices upward, possibly dramatically. The integration of XRP into a credit card reward system in Japan, a country known for its forward-thinking approach to finance and technology, is a bullish signal that global adoption is accelerating. It's not just about institutional deals anymore, it's about embedding XRP into the daily lives of millions of users. As these use cases multiply, the narrative shifts from speculation to actual value creation, creating a more stable and attractive ecosystem for investors. As the XRP community buzzes with excitement, echoing sentiments like money is on the way to you, and visions of XRP's price reaching unprecedented heights, it's important to see this adoption trend as a key driver. Real-world utility and increased demand through programs like A+ points could very well be the catalyst that transforms XRP from a promising asset to a dominant player in global finance. And of course, you can't ignore the whales behind the scenes. These big players are more bullish on Ripple's XRP than ever before. What they're doing right now could completely blow your mind. So whale activity around XRP is heating up, and this is catching the attention of traders and analysts alike. Just recently, a massive transaction sent nearly 780,000 XRP valued at over $1.7 million from a Coinbase wallet to an unknown private address. While the transaction fee was negligible, it's the size and timing that have sparked serious speculation. Such moves often signal that a major player is positioning themselves ahead of something big, potentially gearing up for a significant price breakout. This kind of activity is never random. Whales, large holders of XRP, have the power to influence market dynamics. When they move large sums into private wallets, it often means they're preparing for accumulation or shielding their holdings from being sold on the open market. This reduces the circulating supply available to traders, which can tighten the market and create upward pressure on price. Given that the crypto market thrives on supply and demand, fewer tokens available for sale combined with increased demand can lead to sharp price increases. Moreover, this whale activity aligns with broader institutional interest. Last week, investment products tied to XRP saw inflows totaling $10.6 million, part of a $1 billion injection into the crypto market overall. These inflows have pushed XRP's total assets under management to $1.4 billion. CoinShares noted that these gains contributed to an all-time high of $188 billion in total assets managed across digital assets, reflecting a wave of optimism and renewed confidence in the sector. Such large-scale buying by institutions in Wales signals that many are convinced XRP's legal troubles are behind it, and that the token is poised for substantial growth. This is not just retail hype, it's serious money backing Ripple's vision. Institutional investors typically conduct thorough due diligence before committing capital, suggesting they see XRP as a strategic asset for the future, especially given its growing adoption in cross-border payments and consumer finance. When whales and institutions start accumulating XRP, it creates a powerful dynamic. The market feels the impact as available supply shrinks and price support strengthens. This can create momentum that attracts more buyers, driving the price even higher. Given the recent price action and the influx of capital, many experts are now watching XRP closely, believing it could be on the cusp of a breakout phase that surpasses previous highs. And the only question remaining is, what are your thoughts on that? Are you bullish on XRP Ripple token? What are your predictions? Let me know in the comments section. Would be curious to know. And with that, we come to the end of this video. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the content and found it valuable, make sure to hit that like button, leave a comment with your thoughts or questions, and most importantly, don't forget to subscribe. This is something that can't be kept quiet, ladies and gentlemen. Experts say the price of XRP Ripple is ready to take off, and they predict it could soar to $1,000 and beyond. Pretty cool, right? And it's all because the Ripple versus SEC lawsuit could end at...
We are 1 week away from the biggest week around crypto in the US. This is a historical time to be a crypto holder, in my opinion, especially at a time where the largest economy in the world is openly embracing and accelerating the push on crypto. But what's even crazier about all of this is how aligned with this push on crypto in the US Ripple is. We have to talk about it. Let's first go back to June 27th, where Ripple dropped their cross appeal with the SEC. Now, they do expect the SEC to drop their appeal as well. We have yet to hear anything on this. We are still waiting. In my opinion, it makes absolutely no sense for the SEC not to drop this appeal and get this case out of the way. But I do think that this is aligned perfectly with what's happening in the US, and we'll talk about that. But I also want to address the recent announcement of Ripple applying for a national bank charter license from the OCC. This is very interesting to me. We already made a video on this. We talked about it, right? I get this. When we think about this, okay, the main thing that I'm focused on, it's not so much about Ripple becoming a bank. It's more so about what this allows Ripple to do, which is the next part of this. Them applying for a Fed master account. This is a very interesting part because it would grant them access to hold RLUSD reserves directly with the Fed and provide an additional layer of security for future-proof trust in RLUSD. Again, this is a big portion of this, and we're going to come back to this. We're going to go over a few things happening. We're going to go over what happens on, July 14th, or at least the week of, and we're going to circle back to this because this is very important. So don't forget this part. Make sure to note this. Let's talk about July 14th. The U.S. House says week of July 14th will be crypto week, where the Clarity Act, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, and the Genius Act will be considered. This could be one of the largest weeks in crypto history, and it could be the week that changes everything around the US market for crypto. This would also impact the global crypto status. And when I say that, I mean what the US does this upcoming week could set the narrative globally for what all other nations do with crypto going forward. It could accelerate everything. Here we have the full announcement from the financial services, right? House announces week of July 14th as crypto week. And this is from the actual government website. Today, the House Committee on Financial Services Chairman French Hill, House Committee on Agriculture Chairman G.T. Thomas, and House leadership announced that the week of July 14th will be crypto week. Here we have a few quotes. We are taking historic steps to ensure the United States remains the world's leader in innovation, and I look forward to Crypto Week in the House. After years of dedicated work in Congress on digital assets, we are advancing landmark legislation to establish a clear regulatory framework for digital assets that safeguards consumers and investors, provides rules for issuance and operation of dollar-backed payment stablecoins, and permanently blocks the creation of a central bank digital currency to safeguard Americans' financial privacy. I do find it funny, though, that they mentioned stablecoins and then CBDCs in the same sentence here, as if they're two different things. I thank my colleagues in Congress and the Trump administration for their partnership and leadership, and stand ready to work alongside the Senate as they work to advance standalone market structure legislation by the end of September. House Republicans are taking decisive steps to deliver the full scope of President Trump's digital assets and cryptocurrency agenda. During Crypto Week, the House looks forward to the timely consideration of three landmark pieces of legislation: the Clarity Act, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, and the Senate's Genius Act. I commend the close partnership between the Financial Services and Agriculture Committees and the leadership of Chairman French Hill and G.T. Thomas, and I look forward to President Trump signing them into law. As part of our work to deliver on President Trump's promise to make the United States a world leader in digital assets, House Republicans will bring the Clarity Act, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, and the Senate's Genius Act to the floor for Crypto Week. These pieces of legislation further the president's pro-growth and pro-business agenda and provide a clear regulatory framework for digital assets. Again, when we think about what's actually happening here, all of these quotes are telling us that they want to further the adoption and really open up the crypto market within the US. This could very well be the golden age of digital assets starting in the US, as Brian Steele is saying here. And it really all starts with key legislation getting passed. Now, we do have some of the background work so far, what's been happening in June and May and April, pretty much all throughout this year. I mean, guys, when we think about what's been happening in 2025 alone, and we're 7 months in, there has been so much ongoing work within the crypto space from the US government. I can't even believe that I'm saying that because it's a completely night and day difference here. But on top of Crypto Week, with all of these major moves happening around legislation, we also have another big week upcoming. We have here from Eleanor Tourette, we've got 2 big weeks ahead for crypto in Congress. Next Wednesday, the Senate Banking Committee tackles a market structure hearing with a discussion draft likely next week too. Then the House's Crypto Week kicks off the next. And yes, this week is also big because this is going to be the full committee hearing on market structure from the banking GOP. The hearing will take place on Wednesday at 10 a.m. EST. Witnesses so far include Brad Garlinghouse, Ripple CEO, Blockchain Association CEO, Chainalysis' CEO, and Paradigm's general partner. Ripple CEO is going to be at the banking GOP's full committee hearing on market structure. You can't make this up. This reminds me of when I talked about the FSB granting Ripple a spot to comment on global regulatory frameworks for crypto back in December of 2022 while in the middle of an SEC lawsuit. And guess who was on the board for the FSB? Gary Gensler. If this doesn't tell you that this SEC lawsuit is nonsense and that this is all planned out ahead of time, I don't know what else will. But now let's get back to that week of July 14th, because when we are talking about how planned out things are, guess what else happens on the week of July 14th? The Federal Reserve's ISO 20022 for the Fedwire Fund Service will be implemented on July 14th, the same week that the House is announcing the week of July 14th as Crypto Week. At the same exact time that Ripple is filing for a Fed Master account and applying for a national bank charter from the OCC. You can't make this stuff up. And everyone out there that is saying immediately, ISO 20022 has nothing to do with Ripple and XRP. Guess what? I already talked about this. I talked about this back in May of 2023 as well. I said here, if you follow Ripple and XRP, you might want to read the following. So we all know Volante, right? You know, the same Volante that works with 125 banks, financial institutions, market infrastructures, clearinghouses, and corporate treasuries in 35 countries. Oh, also the same Volante that solutions and services process millions of transactions and trillions in value every single day, powering 4 of the top 5 corporate banks, 40% of all U.S. commercial bank deposits, and 70% of worldwide card traffic. Well, this is what they had to say about Ripple in their guide to banks and financial institutions regarding ISO 20022 migration. What's even crazier is that Volante recently extended their collaboration with Citi for global ISO 20022 migration. The dots have been getting connected with Citi and Ripple ever since the Medico acquisition. I find this very interesting. And here we have, and I can actually even open this up real quick in a new tab. This is from Volante, right? FinTech Futures reports 5 success factors for an ideal ISO 20022 migration, a guide for banks and financial institutions. Let me just go to Control F real quick. We'll find Ripple and we will jump to it. So here we actually have just under this quote from HSBC, which, by the way, is a known partner of Ripple's. We know that they announced that they were going to tokenize gold with Ripple through Ripple custody. But under this, we have the movement towards ISO 2022 goes beyond just compliance with SWIFT or market infrastructure mandate. The payments processing ecosystem is a diverse and ever-changing one. While there are major changes in how payments are going to be made occurring now, there are new entrants, ideas, and innovations that will shape the industry landscape for years to come. A lot can happen in 5 years after all. Sitting at the heart of that change will be ISO 20022. The standard will bring together disparate systems, standards, and methods from across the globe and tie them together. No greater example of this can be found than in that of Ripple. The perennial SWIFT competitor announced in May of 2020 that it would be joining the ISO 20022 standards body as its first member based on distributed ledger technology. No greater example of this. Interesting. And this is from Volante. Not just a small-time name, one of the largest players in the institutional side of finance. Oh, also, by the way, Deutsche Bank's Flow platform put out a post on November 7th of just last year, embracing ISO 2022 for a connected future. It talks about ISO 2022 in a huge way. And if we actually scroll down and look at this, here we have a quote, okay? We could use ISO 2022 to bridge between traditional and decentralized finance. Pretty straightforward, quote here from Standard Chartered. But what's even crazier is that we have Ripple named fully. We see a very large number of payment service providers native on ISO 2022 and also quite a lot of coin providers. They include Circle's USDC and Ripple's XRP, he added. By the way, global head of transaction banking at Standard Chartered's bank. We could use ISO 2022 to bridge between traditional and decentralized finance. When you take the rich data into that and combine it, you have almost the perfect innovation system. Interesting. This is a developing point that had been made that ISO 2022 adoption really had to be looked at in conjunction with new technologies. So everyone's sitting around saying, oh, but ISO 2022 has nothing to do with blockchain and DLT and XRP. Guess what? It has everything to do with these new technologies. It enables these new technologies. I even said over here, and by the way, this is in my community over on X. If you guys do want to join it, it's completely free. I said 100% confirmation how important ISO 2022 will be from a major bank employee. And I just talked about this. What's even more interesting is that they specifically mentioned Ripple and XRP alongside Circle's USDC. Standard Chartered was also an early investor into Ripple back in 2016. And Zodiac Custody, which is from Standard Chartered, is part of Ripple Custody. I didn't even state that Ripple was the first DLT-backed company to become ISO 2022 compliant. The connections are very significant here. And here we actually have, what I find even more interesting is the recent move by Deutsche Bank and Standard Chartered Bank on April 21st, seeking to expand crypto operations. This isn't the first time that we have watched as major banks sounded the alarm on offering crypto-based services, let alone Ripple-connected banks. Bank of America's CEO back in January stated that they wanted to move into crypto-based payments as well if regulators allowed it. I said it's very clear that we are watching as TradFi converges with DeFi in crypto in a very large way, and it will be accelerated by names like Ripple using underlying DLTs like the XRP Ledger. Now is the time to really lock in and focus on utility-based projects because the next wave won't just bring users, it will bring trillions of dollars too. And yeah, what's crazy about this is that 2025 is the year where all of these big banks and institutional players came out of the shadows and told us, guess what? We're tapping into crypto in a huge way. And, we want to get into crypto payments and tokenization and this, that, whatever. It's because this is the year where ISO 2022 adoption also heats up in a huge way. The cutoff is around November of this year. That's when SWIFT goes live with it. Are we trying to say that none of this is aligned? That this is all coincidental? Absolutely not. This was all planned. 2025 is a huge year for crypto, but I do think that it was already planned for a very long time. The case is ending. Ripple's applying to become a bank. They're applying for a Fed Master account the same time that we see July 14th, the big week, crypto week. at the same exact time that ISO 20022 for the Fedwire Fund Service will be implemented as well. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So with that being said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So with that being said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys definitely leave a like, subscribe, turn notifications on because more free content. You guys are more than welcome to follow me on Twitter and join the free Discord in the description below. And with that being said, guys, it's Nick. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
All right, so let's talk about one of the craziest stories in crypto right now, Ripple. Ripple has been on a tear. It's one of the best performing crypto assets this year, beating Gary Gensler's multi-year lawsuit, launching a new stablecoin, influencing US politics with multi-million-dollar donations, and even rolling out new investment products.
Send us 500 XRP and we'll send you double back. Congratulations, XRP holders.
And if you've never heard of Ripple or how it works, I want to explain it. So Ripple is the technology company created to solve a very big problem with money. And that's because today traditional banking systems rely on a web of banks with high fees and long processing times for international payments. So in 2012, along comes a company called Ripple to solve this problem by using something called the RippleNet network, which allows banks and financial institutions to settle payments almost instantly with very little fees using the native cryptocurrency XRP. Now, it can get super confusing with all the words, so here's a cheat sheet for you. It'll be really important for later in the video. There's Ripple, RippleNet, and XRP, which are interconnected but separate entities, and each one serves a unique purpose within this Ripple ecosystem. So Ripple is the company behind everything. RippleNet is the network facilitating the transactions, and XRP is the cryptocurrency that powers liquidity and settlements within this ecosystem. And so far, there have been several billion transactions on this network. And XRP, which is what I bought way back in 2017, in fact, I have it right here on my ledger when I transferred roughly $800 worth of XRP, where it stayed at 800 for years and I just held on to it. But fast forward to today, and it's now worth whatever it's worth. And some people are speculating that the price of XRP could go up substantially even from this point onward. Now, I have no idea what's going to happen, but I do want to share some theories behind why it could become more valuable in the future. There's a lot of exciting news and developments, so let me explain exactly what the heck is going on and how I'm investing. So let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for XRP. Now, earlier this year, Ripple won the lawsuit against the SEC when a judge ruled that XRP sales to ordinary retail investors didn't constitute securities transactions. Now, this ruling gave Ripple and XRP a very much needed clarity that has since allowed the company to move forward with their ambitious plans. And one of those plans is the launch of something called Ripple USD, ticker RLUSD, on December 4th, 2024. That would be today. RLUSD is a stablecoin tied to the US dollar and fully backed by reserves 1-to-1. Now, unlike most stablecoins, which have also had a lot of really angry regulators for the lack of transparency, RLUSD is expected to be one of the most regulated stablecoins in the market, and that's because Ripple is working with the New York Department of Financial Services, or NYDFS, which is one of the toughest departments on crypto, and that's to make sure that they are compliant, giving RLUSD a level of credibility that could attract some big-time investors. And one of the questions you might have is, well, why would Ripple even need a stablecoin when XRP already exists? And the answer is stability. While XRP is really good at fast, low-cost country-to-country payments, a stablecoin like RLUSD could give stability and value, making it more ideal for day-to-day transactions and settlements. Now, this move actually puts Ripple in direct competition with stablecoins like Tether and USD coin or USDC. Except Ripple has a huge advantage over all of them: regulatory oversight. That's because right now, governments worldwide are cracking down on unregulated stablecoins because banks and countries don't want competition from the free market. They want some kind of a control. And RLUSD's compliance with NYDFS standards could make it a more attractive option for these banks and businesses looking to adopt stablecoins without the regulatory headaches from their governments. So if you're a bank, you've got two options. One is to use a regulated stablecoin, the other option to use one that isn't. Most banks will go with option number one. So this launch is not just a product release. It's a strategic move to position Ripple in the center as one of the leaders in the traditional/crypto finance space. And one of the other big ways that Ripple is doing this is getting involved in politics. In fact, Ripple actually has a lot of political influence, which is a huge help when it comes to the adoption of its products. For example, the company recently made headlines for donating $25 million to Fairshake, which is a pro-crypto political action committee, or PAC. And over the past 2 years, Ripple has contributed a total of $75 million to this PAC, and that makes it one of the biggest donors in the crypto industry. And Fairshake's mission, by the way, is to elect candidates who support crypto-friendly laws and innovation. And Ripple CEO, Brad Garlinghouse, says that it's super important that the crypto industry has regulatory clarity, and if they can pull that off, they can determine how easily cryptocurrencies like XRP and stablecoins like RLUSD can integrate into the mainstream financial system. And Ripple's strategy doesn't stop at lobbying and stablecoins. One of the biggest developments is that they're trying to integrate into the traditional investment world through what are called ETFs. Remember, ETFs are those stocks or mutual funds that people put their retirement savings into. And just recently, WisdomTree, which manages over $100 billion in assets, filed what's called an S1 form with the SEC to apply for their own spot XRP ETF. Now, that's a lot of acronyms and words I just threw at you, but just remember, this is the thing that happened with Bitcoin earlier this year when it was securitized and you could buy Bitcoin on your favorite brokerage apps through ETFs like iBit, for example. And when that happened, here's what happened to Bitcoin's price. Bitcoin's price went way up, and that's because rather than having to learn how to store your own crypto and to protect it, you could just buy the ETF and let a real professional asset manager figure it out for you. And that's what people are choosing to do. And it's also one of the reasons why Bitcoin's price is close to $100,000 a coin. And WisdomTree, by the way, is not the only company that's trying to get their own spot ETF. It's also companies like Bitwise, 21 Shares, and Canary Capital who are also trying to do the same. And if BlackRock gets involved, I imagine it's pretty much guaranteed that an XRP ETF will be approved at some point in the future. So that's just some of the reasons why people think XRP could be worth more in the future. But there's a couple other reasons that I want to share with you. But I do have to warn you that from this point in the video, it's going to get very technical. So if you're going to watch the rest of it, you're a nerd. Thank you. So here's a breakdown of how XRP could become more valuable. Number one, and this is probably the most important one, compliance with global financial standards. Right now, XRP is one of the few cryptocurrencies that aligns with something called ISO 20022. Now think of this as the language of the banks. If a technology does not speak this language, then it can't be part of the banking system. XRP speaks this language. In fact, Ripple is listed as one of the companies that is in compliance with this. And that makes RippleNet and XRP an attractive option to central banks looking to modernize their systems for the upcoming financial transition. Because by 2025, this ISO 20022 will become a mandatory standard for cross-border payments, meaning every bank will need to speak that language by 2025. And XRP could position itself as a go-to solution for banks that need a compliant, efficient, and scalable digital asset for payments. Now, to be fair though, XRP is not the only cryptocurrency that speaks this language, but it is one of the few, if not the only one, that speaks this language and works really closely with regulators on becoming compliant. And it's This ability to speak the language and compliancy, that opens it up to huge opportunities like reason number 2. And that's Ripple's ODL, short for on-demand liquidity. So when countries want to send money to each other back and forth, banks need to hold a huge amount of money in foreign currency in a pre-funded account known as Nostro accounts across multiple jurisdictions. Now, this system, though, isn't very good because it ties up hundreds of billions of dollars. And if I'm a bank, I don't necessarily want all that money tied up in another country's currency because I could be putting it to more productive use. I could lend it out, and that leads to high costs and slow settlement times. XRP allows it so that there's no need for these pre-funded accounts by acting as a bridge between two fiat currencies. So the theory is, if RippleNet continues to gain adoption between banks, which is pretty much simple now that the lawsuit is over and we have pro-crypto regulators in place, and that should be easier, the demand for XRP, the cryptocurrency as a bridge currency, could increase. Ripple has already partnered with financial institutions in over 55 countries, and if the network continues to grow, XRP could become an important part of this international liquidity. And as the utility of XRP grows and more countries and banks use it, that could potentially drive up its value. And by the way, if you're ready to level up your finances, you can do so with Crypto.com's Level Up, where you can manage and grow your wealth like never before. You can now access over 350 cryptocurrencies instantly with support for more than 20 fiat currencies, and get ready for stocks and banking services coming soon. Plus, enjoy the world's most popular Crypto.com card, offering up to 8% back on spending, airport lounge access, merchant rebates, and more. And for my crypto whales, Crypto.com Prime is your gateway to elite financial management. With a minimum deposit of $1 million in crypto or fiat, you'll gain institutional-grade security, a dedicated relationship manager who can help with tax services and estate disbursement, and the stunning metal Prime card. Benefit from zero-fee fiat transfers, high liquidity, a 1% deposit bonus transferring $1 million or more. It is the ultimate toolkit for building generational wealth. And if you refer a friend, you can get $2,000 in CRO plus a share of their deposit bonus. Check out the roadmap down below and explore Level Up today to see how Crypto.com is refining the way people manage crypto, stocks, banking, and now let's get back to it. Now, the third reason why the value could go up is market scarcity. Now, if there was an unlimited amount of XRP, then obviously it wouldn't matter. But demand plus scarcity equals potential banana zone, right? Price goes up. Now, right now, XRP's total supply is capped at 100 billion tokens, with Ripple holding a significant portion in escrow, which will be released gradually. And as adoption grows, the circulating supply of XRP could see more demand. Reason number 4 is Ripple's focus on real-world use cases. Because here's the thing. Anyone could create a crypto and say, it's valuable because it's limited, so buy it and the price will go up. But that can only go on for so long. Because if there's no demand, and demand comes from utility, then it can't last very long. Now, unlike a lot of other cryptocurrencies that rely on this type of heavy speculative trading, XRP seems to have a clear use case. Ripple's partnerships with banks, payment providers, remittance companies, whether remittances is where you send money to other countries, is all a part of XRP having a foothold in real-world financial systems. Now, banks are already using XRP in production, and they allow payments and liquidity, which means its price growth is, again, more driven by utility, not just speculation. And Ripple's expansion into stablecoins like RLUSD shows that the company is building a real robust ecosystem where XRP and its products can work and integrate together into these bigger use cases, such as, again, remittances, trad finance, even CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. And this could all significantly enhance its adoption and utility. And because Ripple is super strategic with its $75 million donation to pro-crypto lobbying, that means they actually have a real shot of becoming one of the companies whose technology might actually be used for this. And those are just some of the reasons why the price could go up. But the truth is, it's also risky. So if you made it this far into the video, here's how I'm personally investing and what I think. So I always had a hard time making videos like this, especially about XRP, because there are so many unknown variables. And if anyone tells you that they know for sure what's going to happen, especially on social media, I really don't think they do, unless they're very high up in central banking somewhere. But I do have my own theory behind what we're seeing. And it's just a theory, but here it is. I think cryptocurrencies like XRP are a way to speculate on technologies of the future, something that not that long ago we could not do without buying a specific stock. But let me ask you this. What stock is the simple mail transfer protocol, one of the things that makes an email possible? What stock is the hypertext transfer protocol, or HTTPS? What stock is the domain name system? What stock is the internet protocol, or IP? What stock is the internet message access protocol / POP, post office protocol? You get the idea. But these are the building blocks of the internet. And none of these technologies are stocks that you can buy today. But they are the fundamental building blocks that we use every single day without even knowing what they are or how they work. So I take this analogy and I try to apply it to money. What if tokens like XRP are proxies for a stock that can't or does not exist? If these payment networks do become something that central banks will use in the future, maybe owning some small portion of it will be of some value in the future. That's kind of cool to think about. But I can't sit here and tell you that all of this will happen with 100% certainty. The truth is, I don't know because I'm not a bank. I don't hold billions of dollars. I don't have a need to transport billions of dollars to other countries instantaneously. So I don't know what the real demand is for these products because I am not the user. I'm not the end client. But I do at least know that our current system is slow, it is expensive, and it does need to be replaced with something better. I just don't know which systems are in consideration to replace it with. This could be one of them, but it could also be something like BricsPay, which originated from Project Mbridge, or some variation of the FedNow system. Who knows? There's a lot of payment rails that are being created in the world right now, not just in the crypto space, but way outside of it. And unfortunately, I'm not an insider, so I don't know. But I do think that some of these technologies could become valuable in the future. And I'd love to talk to someone like the CEO of Ripple to help explain it to me better and get his thoughts, but that's the way I think about it. I'm happy with my investment that I made way back in 2017, and maybe in the future I'll consider adding more to it if there's something I learn that I don't know about today. I'd love to know what you think about this though. Let me know down in the comments below. As always, please do your own research. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Can you please explain it to me from the beginning? What's Bitcoin?
Sure.
There is a reason why people are asking about this. This is by far, and I'm a supporter. 3 times I voted for this man. This is by far the biggest fumble of the administration they've had thus far. And here's the reason why. If you remember the president winning, he had a conversation with Fox News, the great Rachel Campos Duffy, and she asked, Mr. President, 9/11, yes. John F. Kennedy, yes. Epstein, he didn't say yes. He was a little bit hesitant of bringing that information out. Why? So why does his leadership team go out there and are like, we have this information and we're going to release this and cash? And let me tell you what we have with Pam Bondi out of the state of Florida. She knew everything about Bondi, about Epstein. Why are you fumbling this? Why are you not having an emergency meeting together to conversate and say, hey, we're going to be on the same page with messaging on this? All you have to do is send a message to everybody, say, God, let's have a conference call. Here's what we're going to be saying about this, because this was a very important issue to not 80% of the voters that voted for President Trump, but I think 20% of the voters wanted to know what's going to happen with Epstein, and it's a big letdown. Normally when I come, I give a very positive message. My only suggestion, no more fumbles. You're having the greatest start ever as a president. There's going to be Nobel Prize, but a lot more than that. I believe he has a shot at going down as one of the greatest presidents of all time and competing for some of the like top 5 type of lists. But we have to have an emergency meeting and saying collectively, no more fumbles.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Killed himself. There's a lot going on, man. Seeing our boy Benny from the Cry and many other people that, that just, been going so hard on this and been covering this for a long time, We've seen the conspiracy theories fall down, pass out, have heart attacks. Boy, I tell you, man. But people saying we don't serve a politician, we serve Christ. The dark must shine in the light. Some sick things have taken place, and people want accountability, man. No other way around it. But I hope y'all are having a blessed, beautiful week, day, month. 2025 is going well for you and your family, man. It's one love to the human race. And we're going to stay on top of our game every single day, bringing the real to you. So if you're new here, join the family. We keep it real. Don't hold your tongue in the comment section. Let me know how you're feeling. Let me know how you feel about this. I see some of y'all in the comment section arguing. Calm down, breathe. Be respectful is all that I ask in the comment section. Please be respectful. Again, we all agree to disagree. A lot of people, think this should happen. This should happen. This should happen. Some people think Pam Bondi should resign. Some people say this should happen. So, hey, but just all I ask is that y'all be respectful in the comment section. Don't y'all be in there cursing their people out and calling them all out their names, looking at their profile picture. I'll be seeing all kind of comments, man. Just be respectful. That's all that I ask, man. We're all human beings, And hey, here we are in 2025. After a landslide, after majority of America, voted for this president, man. And we believe in President Trump. We're rooting for President Trump. Some went out and voted 3 times. Some voted for Biden last year and went out and voted for President Trump because the thing got so bad. They seen the biggest scandal in American history. And it's just been scandals and corruption and crime, fraud, fakes, scandal after scandal, and the people expect what was promised out of President Trump. And these were one of the promises, And we heard that the files was going to be released, that they was on somebody's desk, that there was a truckload. Hey, But here we go. Let's go and jump in. Oh, here we go with these mini intros. I tell you, boy. The person that makes these intros, man, I'll tell you. Yeah.
What's up, guys? Benny, you ever screwed up a situation royally and realize that you're your own worst enemy? It happens to all of us. It's okay. Don't feel bad. But there's a reason why that saying is so popular, is that sometimes you just can't get out of your own way and you make a bad situation worse. This is what the Trump administration is doing with Epstein. You don't have to keep taking the L. There's a way out. But they keep doubling down on the trust us, we looked into it, bro. We're good. Move on. Doesn't work anymore. That's not the world that we live in. And the more that you do it, the more you call the Streisand effect down upon your own head and upon your own house. The Streisand effect, of course, is when Barbara Streisand freaked out and said, don't post pictures of my house. I'll sue you. It's like everyone's going to post a picture of their house and want to look at it. And the Trump administration is doing that right now. Take Jeffrey Epstein completely off the table, right? Let's just say this is a political loser for the Trump administration. Why the hell would you release it like this to a left-wing reporter at a left-wing outlet, Axios? Like, even the rollout is insane and clunky and dumb. Like, they dropped this after a wonderful 4th of July weekend where Donald Trump had win after win after win, and that's how they cap off the weekend, by releasing this at 9 p.m. at night?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense on a Sunday.
Some big wins, man.
It's like designed.
We were winning with the Supreme Court. I mean, we were winning over here. We were winning over here. We were winning at my grandma's house. We were winning everywhere. And then bam, Axios.
For failure. And then the release itself was just fraught with errors, as a reporter asked at the White House today. You released a video from Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell, and it was missing minutes of footage.
Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the
Yeah, sure. If I could.
So hold on just a second. I want to break this down. So what he means by this is, in the release of this memo, there was a link to 11 hours of prison footage proving that Jeffrey Epstein definitely 100% killed himself. Yet even in that footage, there's missing minutes, right? This is the entry door to the actual maximum security prison here in Manhattan. You can see here that you miss a full minute, and then the camera jumps and the aperture changes. It's very strange. Like, did anybody decide to ever explain that? Here's Pam Bondi's explanation.
Sure.
Before President Trump interrupts her and says, stop talking about Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all
Well, I've
of
seen
this.
some of you guys in the comments in our previous show saying, wait, maybe Trump didn't mean, didn't mean it this way, because again, we seen, that, tragedy in Texas and the flood. And, he's probably like, let's talk about right now, people, the lives that are being lost. And then there's also, we have big wins we just took, I've seen comments like that. But then again, when it comes to this Epstein stuff, y'all, people want answers, man. People want accountability, So again, Trump did misread his base on this. I'm just being real,
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean,
Okay, so they go on and on. What's important here is that Pam Bondi gives a very strange explanation about the prison security camera system being old, and that it needs a minute to reset every single night, which doesn't seem very secure to me. Remember, the cameras went out in Jeffrey Epstein's prison floor. The guards fell asleep. The whole thing's a nightmare. The whole thing's a mess. And it's very easy to call out some of the lies. Here we go. Today, Pam Bondi lied and said the U.S. government has no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein being a spy or an agent of an intel agency. This is a lie. FBI documents from 2008 prove that Epstein provided information for the FBI as agreed upon. Epstein was an agent with the FBI, which is indeed an intelligence agency. And then she drops these receipts right here. Epstein provided information to the FBI as agreed upon. Cases advised no federal prosecution. We also know that Epstein belonged to intelligence, as Alex Acosta famously said. Lost his job for saying that in the first Trump administration. Crazy stuff. Even on our program, Alan Dershowitz saying that he definitely could have been a Mossad agent or working with Mossad. So, why are we asking these questions and the DOJ isn't asking these questions? Doesn't have an answer to these questions, or they do have the answer and they're not telling us. It's very strange. It's very odd. And of course, nobody's buying it. And that's the real problem for the Trump administration. Nobody's buying this. Now, everyone's made a joke about this prison tier video, the missing minute, right? And, it's funny, and there's plenty of memes who was actually there. But it's good. It would be nice to, actually get maybe a breakdown of this video. You're not missing anything. All you're seeing, all the video is 11 hours, pretty much of this shot. Some people during the 11 hours, pass through or come in and out. But what exactly are we looking at here? We found this account that does a remarkable breakdown of what we are actually looking at with maps and diagrams inside of this video, and how the feds are lying again about what they have released. We find it so enraging because in their original release, they don't explain any of this. It's so insulting to the American people because, people really do care about this. We care if our leaders killed a guy who had blackmail on them, if they were part of an elite predator ring. And if that isn't the case, fine, you need to explain your work to us and put it out of our minds. In fact, the way that it's being handled is doing the exact opposite. This is a great breakdown of why this video is garbage. Listen, here's a 5-minute clip of the CCTV camera from inside the special housing unit floor of the Jeffrey Epstein was held on the night he killed himself. It's posted in 2 versions on the DOJ website. This is the enhanced version. Okay, what exactly are we looking at? See here. Here is a photo of actual Jeffrey Epstein's cell. First thing we need to understand is how the special housing unit is distributed. Each floor has 6 boxes or cell blocks that contain each cell, 8 cells each. These cell blocks are stacked on top of each other, so you have 3 upper cell blocks and 3 lower cell blocks. Epstein was held in cell 220, marked with the letter L right here, okay, on the L cell block. In the red diagram, this is where Jeffrey Epstein was held. This was his cell. You can see here that it's actually really close. It's a maximum security cell because it's held very close to the guard, where the guard is. Okay, but anyway, let's continue. If you stand in front of the cell block's gate entrance, you can see both the secure doors to the cells on both sides and one utility pair between them. The rationale is that those non-secure doors between the cells has easy access to plumbing and electrical to maintenance the cells. You can see that the secured doors have vertical peak windows and handcuffing slot and a food tray slot and secured hinges. Okay, right here. This would be Epstein's cell off screen, cell door, normal cell door, and a crawl space in between the cells. Okay. Got it. A pretty standard prison cell block. For further clarity, this is the view from the observation floor of the floor. You are a prison guard sitting at your desk, and you can see simultaneously all cell block entrances, both upper and lower. In the picture, the L tier cell block where Epstein's cell is directly in front of the security guard, right? So here's the tier, and there's the tier upper and lower. That's how the prison is built. In fact, an officer station has a unique angle of Epstein's exact cell. Now let's look at the screenshot in the video the DOJ shared. Okay, again, this is the prison guard desk. This would be Epstein's cell. This would be Epstein's tier, the L tier, right there. You immediately notice that whatever this is not the cell block. Those are not the cell doors. In fact, 10 minutes into the video, each person that comes out of one of those doors is with a trash bin and places it in the middle of the floor. So if it's not a cell block, what the hell are we looking at? The space we're looking at is a common space near the elevators and staircases. I've marked it myself in the diagram below. The red dot is the position of the camera in which the DOJ released the video recorded. It was opposite of the officer's station. In no way could it have seen Epstein's cell block, let alone Epstein's cell. The way to confirm this is a space marked on the schematics in the angle shape of the floor. Matches the angle we can see here in the video. Door marked 46 leads to the main entrance of the entire block, of the entire unit facility, right? So here's where the camera is. Here's where the camera is. This is where Epstein's cell is. This is where the entrance to Epstein's tier block would be. And the camera is looking this direction. Okay, so what does that look like? Let's see right here. So it's definitely, whatever it is, it's definitely not on Epstein's cell. If you look a little bit closer at the DOJ footage, you can see the officer's station on the far end. Zooming in, you can see some teeth that seem to pop up on the right. Those are staircases right here, right there. Those are staircases. This is the only thing we can remotely see in the direction of Epstein's cell block. This sliver of a staircase. Anybody could have gone up and down the staircases without being seen by the camera. Now, it's important, gate 46 is the only way into or out of the entire floor, all right? So we have 11 hours of footage throughout the night. So that must prove that nobody exited or entered the floor, right? Well, I'm going to ask the obvious question. How do we know that somebody didn't enter before the DOJ video started? By all measures, you could have just stayed in Epstein's cell block area without being seen. Camera on the far end didn't work after all. You can see here, broken camera. There should be a camera here that was broken conveniently. You know, you could have just stayed in the utility crawl space. You know, you can imagine that somebody could just stay there and then kill Epstein, right? Somebody did go out of the entire floor and then went back in. An officer went out and she came back in. So you can see people that were leaving. So it's not like it's 100%. It's not like there was nobody coming in or out, and it certainly doesn't show Epstein coming in or out.
Yeah.
Why don't we see that? Why isn't that in the footage? So people did, in fact, come in and out. Maybe it's the guards who fell asleep, right? Right. Okay. There you go. Another officer gets out a couple minutes after midnight. Then the big fella gets in at 12:06. Then from 1 to 2:30, the officers must have dozed off because one was sitting with his head back without moving for that period of time. We know this. The officer fell asleep quite famously. The female officer goes out again. She comes back in. She goes out again. Comes back in. Okay, this is odd. The video is spliced. This is, again, the missing minute. You can see the frame of the video changes. Right before the splice, some sort of editing software pops up in the upper right-hand corner. Very strange. And Bondi says, this is normal. I don't know. At 4:05, the female that I haven't seen going in or out of the whole video goes out. She comes back in. The female officer goes out again and comes back in. Here we go. Whoever the hell this is. What looks like a female with a hoodie goes out at 5:38 a.m. Not even 1 minute later, the male officer goes in. I think at the same time, the male officer, who gets 10 minutes later, does something with a big bag and a trash bin. The hoodie female comes back. There you go. Here's the footage. Here he is taking maybe out the trash. Longer clip. This is the moment they realized Epstein had killed himself. There's a lot more activity in the officer's desk. They're going back and forth. They look distressed in comparison to their body language the rest of the night. Okay. Moments like here, let's just go ahead and watch, shall we? You can see maybe a little more urgency and rapidity in how they move. Okay. Almost like this towned out, there was barely any movement on the floor. The officers had dozed off again, couldn't render the whole clip, so on and so forth. Okay. So, forgot about this, to add this. According to the DOJ FBI investigation, the figure in the orange you see escorted by two officers here is Epstein being led to his cell. Goodness. Okay. So, what's going on? Well, it certainly isn't footage that proves conclusively that nobody was within Jeffrey Epstein's cell. It wasn't even video of his cell tier in the video. It just seems like incredibly sloppy.
Yeah, very sloppy.
And like the explanation of all of this doesn't make much sense. And they're saying this should be enough to make you shut up forever about it. And I'm saying, no, it just makes you more concerned about what we're actually learning and what we know. It's extremely strange. And you hate to see it because it is very much a litmus test, a Rosetta Stone of the deep state. Like, it needs to be this operation will not go away. It will only compound in interest the more you try to cover it up. So screaming, don't talk about it, don't look at it, is only going to make people look at it harder.
Yeah.
And come up with these kind of inconsistencies.
I really like it on you guys. It's just the truth, I know it's a lot of y'all in my comment section on the previous shows are saying, Rick, some of y'all are really saying, read the comments, y'all. I'm just saying what y'all are saying, let them ride in hell. We let's all move on. And we know what this is all about, and we should just move on and let Trump continue to focus on these other issues, and let's focus on the great things he's already done and the great start he's having. But I'm just telling you guys, a lot of people are they want more answers. They want accountability. So it's just like, so a lot of people are just not gonna move on. They're not just gonna give up. I hate to break it to y'all, but y'all know I gotta come on here and keep it real with y'all, man. But I do see a lot of that in the comment section. And there's nothing wrong with that. Again, I tell you guys, we all are different, man, in a way. We got our blood is red, but we all got different minds. We have different train of thought, opinions. We all have different beliefs. But a lot of people, want the darkness to shine in the light, man. So here we are. And when stuff come out like this and things, the way things are done in this particular way, more people are going to want more answers.
Folks, millionaires are going to be made when it comes to XR. Folks, millionaires are going to be made when it comes to XRP, and it's going to be a lot of millionaires out there that are made, in my humble opinion. Now, this isn't financial advice. You all know, and many of you can see, that XRP is on a tear. It is running, and people are wondering how many XRP do you need to become a millionaire? And I'm here to answer that question for you, not with just words, folks. I got the pictures, I got the charts, I got it all, and I'm pumped for it. If you are with me on this, hit the like button. If you want to become a crypto millionaire like I'm trying to do this year, hit the subscribe button. I'm going to be sharing all of it and more along the way with my portfolio, which, for those who have been following along, I shared that a couple of times now, and it's already made about $40,000 in a matter of 2 days, live in front of your eyes. And so I'm going to continue to share that, and I'll share it in the afternoon video today, again, for those who wouldn't want to watch. But you need to be subscribed to the channel. Now, for this video, how many XRP does it take? Where are we going? It has been running. Let's go. That's not it. It's not 111,000 yet. Boy, wouldn't that be great, right? This is Bitcoin. I want to show you something. I have a lot of people, when I do these videos, they'll say, there's no way it's going to move like this or move like that or have an average gain or this, that, and the other thing. So I decided to kind of show how well XRP has been doing, and the fact that I call it one of the big three: the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRP. Now, I know it's a I know the fans out there, when they have their crypto, they love it. I mean, you guys will attack anybody who goes against any crypto that you really love. And I know the XRP army is with me. I know there's a Bitcoin army. I know there's an Ethereum army. And I know I'll do a video. And you got to remember, I'm actually a part of all three because I love all three projects. I really, really do. And so I'll do an XRP video, and then I'll have people come up and they'll be like, oh, no, Mo, I hate it. Ethereum's no good. And then I'll do an Ethereum. Oh, XRP's no good. Bitcoin's no good. Put it all together, folks. And what I'm here to show you and open your eyes is that they're very correlated in their returns. And for those who do not understand, I want to show you the 5-year return on Bitcoin. Over 5 years, Bitcoin is up 1,100%. Folks, that is massive gains. You started way back in the day with $9,200, is now worth over $100,000. Well, that's Bitcoin, Mo. Everybody knows Bitcoin. What about Ethereum, Mo? 10 times your money. So Bitcoin, 11 times your money. You got Ethereum, 10 times your money, right? Massive gains, massive gains. No way XRP did that, Mo. 5 years, 11 times your money. In other words, and you could say right now, you can say to me, well, that's because of the case. Yeah, but the case is done. It's over. So, yeah, I think normally you would have saw a nice line of best fit here going up just like the other ones. Instead, when the case was over, it priced in immediately. So if you look at how high it was, at one point, it was actually outperforming both over 5 years. In other words, as I go through these prognostications of how many XRP you need to become a millionaire today, please understand, over the last 5 years, when in doubt, zoom out. I'm giving you a 5-year, the most current 5 years average on what I'm doing. And so we'll go over the charts at the end here, but I wanted to show you the average return because I'm going to do the calculations in front of you for how many XRP does it take to become a millionaire today, and how long it would take. I call this the get rich slow with Mo method. This isn't a meme play. This isn't overnight, but I am going to explain to everyone what's in, because I do these videos once in a while. And when I do them, I have a lot of people out there who just absolutely can't believe it. And I could say it, and they need to see it. They need to see it. So I'm going to show you right here. Last 5 years, 61.2% average gain. This is the average gain per year over 5 years for what? This is for, what do we got here? This is for Bitcoin. Bitcoin? I think this is Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin. Yep, this is for Bitcoin. This is for Ethereum here, 60.7%. And this is for XRP, 60.1%. All right, so we got the 5-year average return. They're all 60% or higher. So that moves us into what I want to talk about. How many crypto do you need to become a millionaire? Hopefully, there's no guarantees here, folks. This is for educational purposes. If we could continue to have this kind of return right here. All right, I'm going to show you a bunch of different scenarios. All right. All right. So we come over here. I got the calculator at the end. Here's what I want to show you. So let's just say you're starting, and we're not going to put any more money in. You put $10,000 into an account. Now, I don't know, and you can see after 1 year with that 60% return, and we got that on average over the last 5 years, how much money would I have in the account? 16,000, 10,000 plus the 6,000 we made. So now if we start stretching it out and I say, let's go 10 years, 30 to 40 years old. How much money you think is in there? And this is the power of compounding I used to teach my students. I said, I'm not a magician, but I can make things seem like magic. And they're like, what do you mean, Mr. Mo? And I would show them. Boom. And they would sit there and watch this and say, I could be a millionaire in 10 years. I said, yes, you can be. Absolutely. You find the right asset that can run at a clip of 60%, and you got 10 grand to start, and you can find that one that's going to run 10 like this. You are a millionaire in 10 years. Now, the hard part of this, and it is a hard part, is crypto going to run like it did over the last 5 years at 10% a pop or 60%? I don't know. I hope so, because I want to be really, really rich with this stuff. I just don't know. And is every asset going to stay correlated? Ethereum, Bitcoin, and XRP? I don't know. You could have one like XRP explode higher, really just rip higher. You could have one like Ethereum rip higher. You could have Bitcoin lead the charge for everything. And that's why I'm in all three. They're all very similar in terms of returns over the last 5 years. But moving forward, I want to show you this. Now, the odds of doing this are extremely, extremely bad. It doesn't matter how old you are. In 10 years, if you can get 60%, you'll be a millionaire. And that's starting with 10 grand, not putting another dollar in. But if you go 30 years, look how disgusting this is. It's almost impossible to do. You'd become a billionaire, $13 billion. Now, think M2 increase, inflation, all of that stuff behind the scenes that would happen. And that's one of the things I want you to look at this chart. Absolutely insane. But it's true. You would become a billionaire in year. When you were 55 years old, 55 years old, and you become a billionaire. And that's incredible. And it's real, though. First year right here, 16. Next year, you're up to 25 because now you're getting interest on the interest. And that's the magic. That's the power of compounding. Now, some of you would say, Mo, I don't have $10,000. But that right there, for whatever asset you could get to grow at 60%, and you might say to me, there's no way it can grow for 10 years. I'll go to Bitcoin. Last 10 years, 83% rate of return. So if I go back here and I put in 83% instead, what do you think it goes to for 10 years? Is it $1 million still? I'm going to tell you right now, it's way over $1 million. 10 years, boom, $4 million. Folks, that's the difference of, that's the difference of 60% to 83%. Look how much extra money you have. And then you become a millionaire roughly 8 years in. Wow. And that's just starting with 10,000. If you only start with, say, $1,000, you make 50 grand a year. And this whole month thing, it's a weird calculator, but it does it for
the more money I make. I told you yesterday. I know you're happy today. The more I go all in on XRP, the more money I make. I told you yesterday, do it. And it's still up the price. And Trump says today, crypto through the roof. I'm going to show you right now as well. This is the very beginning. It's going to get much better. But I don't want to be naive. I want to tell you one thing that's crucial if you're holding XRP. Because look, yes, we're going to get much higher. Yes, but take a look at the TA. What do you see? Well, ECTA, RSI, and Bollinger Bands, and just common sense, what you're looking at is the daily candle. That we are a little bit close to be overbought on the daily, which means something could happen and we go down to retest it to 15, the 220. Yeah. Now, Oscar, why did we go at this level? Why? I got an answer. So easy. Remember? Anybody? Iran. The reason why XRP dropped to that level was because of what happened with Midnight Hammer. It wasn't because of XRP. It wasn't because of Bitcoin. It wasn't because of, no, it was just because of macro. We had a long discussion. We had so many lives. That's in the past. Okay? Do you foresee any major event macro that can bring us and pull us down? Let me know in the comments. I will say, right now, what I'm seeing on the screen on Fox and everywhere, obviously about what happened in Texas, but anything other than that, not really. Russia, Ukraine is the only thing, but that's not really bothering much. Therefore, if there's nothing macro, and guys, yesterday, Ripple Ripple literally went all in. We had a great time. We watched it. Brad crushed it. By the way, expert says going all in on XRP should be a priority. Who is that expert? Who is that guy? Widely followed crypto commentator Oscar Ramos. I said it yesterday. If you follow my ex, you probably saw this. Almost 1,000 likes, 46,000 views. I'm very happy to, sometimes when I'm, thinking and I'm doing whatever, I'm not making videos, thoughts come to my head and I just use my ex to vent. And I'm very happy, I mean, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, we're doing well. We're doing well. So are we going to see a retracement? I know some of you on the live yesterday, you told me, I want to see a retracement, Oscar. Come on, I want to buy some cheap XRP. And I'm like, fine. Always be ready with some cash on the side. But I'm like, I don't really see a reason why the price should, slow down. That's me. Let's continue. And plus, oh boy, you know him. Drop a like, fam. Consider subscribing to the channel and turn on those notification bells. Very happy to have you, Oscar Live, keeping you the latest and updated, as always, here on the channel. I'll see you next live because we have a lot of people and we really have a good time. So Trump says the following. I want to remind you guys, the first link down below, you don't want to miss joining BTCC. You have BitUnex, Blowfin, Weeks. Put them all together. You have over 40,000 welcome bonus in USDT. All you have to do is sign up. You can use my link, which will take you to this one, and follow the instructions and join the fam. Any questions, let me know. I respond often because I do have a bunch of requests and so be patient with me. All right, guys. So what happened? Well, Trump, about, 50 minutes ago or so, he said the following. Tech stocks, which are doing phenomenal. Industrial stocks, NASDAQ hitting all-time record highs. Crypto through the roof, right? NVIDIA, which we saw it yesterday, NVIDIA passing $4 trillion market cap. Amazing, right? That's really good. Since Trump's tariffs, USA is taking hundreds of billions in, when it comes to tariffs. Country is now back, a great record, a great credit. Fed, the Federal Reserve, to let Jerome Powell, should rapidly lower the rate to reflect the strength. USA should be at the top of the list, no inflation. To which he continues posting too late the means the great credit of the US. We are now again the #1 credit in the world. Gigantic comeback. So by now you heard the rumor because I told you. Let me see if he posted something new. Maybe not. By now you know how there's some rumors that Jerome Powell might resign. I don't think that's true, right? And if he does, well, all that's going to happen is you're going to see a nice pump in the stock market and in crypto because he was the only person basically standing in our way to cut rates, and Trump will have to nominate someone, and that someone is going to cut rates. So yeah, it's basically going to be a win-win for every single one of us if he resigns. So if you wake up one day and you see a $3, $2.80, $2.90, $2.70 XRP, you know what happened, period. So good. If we come to the 4 hours to kind of see a little bit more granular view of XRP, you're going to notice that since almost the last weeks of June, the price of XRP has been going up and up and up, but with decent retracements, right? Some Elon Musk and Trump, battles and some drama and whatever you want to add. But I think what you're seeing is something that you and I knew was going to happen no matter what. Like, nobody should be surprised. Nobody. Exactly yesterday is why when I saw how Brad started talking and how everything was coming out, I was like, you really, really need to go all in on XRP because this is just the beginning. And there's going to be a super XRP breakout, and every XRP holder is very, very happy today. So I don't really ask Brad. They weren't asking anything to Brad Garlinghouse, and I'm like, ask him a question, right? Like, come on, man. So we don't really have when or like a date for them to approve the ETFs, but we're just waiting. And this is going to be another big one to see a breakout in the price of XRP. So there's many, many reasons. Like yesterday video, if you go all the way to the end, I'm going to say, and giving you all the reasons why I believe XRP and crypto have a big, big, big chance to do extremely well. So, look, memes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Meme coins, gotta be watching them. Very good. Fart coin, there's another one. Where's Trump? It's right there. Jasmine, I don't see Doge and Shiba Inu. It's all the way down here. So not many people buying SHIB nowadays. But Solana memes, oh yeah, they're at the top. I'm happy they're passing 1 billion. So meaning that there's some more money flowing back in. There's some more money flowing back in. Then XRP and the top are also very nicely holding the line, right? Watch the market cap. Look, 143 to 158. XRP will pass USDT no matter what, as it has always done in the past. Has come down, but once you get it close to 260, we'll be back passing USDT in market cap. Gonna happen. So rest assured that money that goes to 240s XRP will later be 260, 270s, 280s. But we are not gonna see a major green candle without any reason, right? There should be some news, and that's why we just have to be on the lookout. Right now, stay put because some whales might want to liquidate some longs, as it has happened for the last couple of days. Shorts getting liquidated because the price is going up. And let me just show you BTC, $111,000. $111,000. We're literally thousands, less than 1,000 away from all-time high. Bitcoin is dominating. Bitcoin dominance is dominating. Good. It's strong. So, okay. By the time Bitcoin dominance comes down, then that's when we're going to really see that altcoin market. But since then, until then, right now, just enjoy the nice deals. Appreciate you guys for stopping by. Trump is watching. We'll continue DCAing into XRP. Just enjoy the days because it's going to get better. Like and subscribe. Links down below. Join me, BTCZ, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
You won't see it in a headline. You won't hear a politician say it. You won't see it in a headline. You won't hear a politician say it. And you definitely won't find it trending on crypto Twitter. But the truth is, the biggest shift in global finance is already underway, quietly, methodically, and entirely outside the public spotlight. No alarms, no press conferences, no dramatic announcements. Just coordinated action behind closed doors. Government agencies, yes, the real ones, the ones that actually run the plumbing of the global economy, are moving. The FDIC, the Federal Reserve, the BIS, the IMF, even branches of the U.S. Treasury and key international banking committees, all laying groundwork for a digitized financial infrastructure. But here's what no one's saying out loud. This infrastructure is being built on rails that already exist. And sitting right in the middle of those rails are two assets retail investors largely underestimate: XRP and HBAR. That's right. While the masses obsess over meme coins, pump and dump cycles, and influencer-driven hype, the institutions are getting serious. They're not chasing 10x. They're building a new global standard. And that standard doesn't include guesswork. It includes assets that are fast, compliant, scalable, and ready for enterprise and government-grade adoption. XRP and HBR weren't chosen because of hype. They were chosen because they work. Let that sink in. The same agencies that once denied crypto legitimacy are now studying it, adopting it, and integrating it, but only the pieces they can control, audit, and scale. You won't hear this from mainstream analysts. You won't find it explained on Bloomberg. And that's by design. Because what's happening here isn't retail-facing. It's institutional restructuring. It's regulatory alignment. It's settlement rail replacement. And it's happening fast. Under layers of vague language, test pilots, sandbox experiments, and industry consultations that sound boring, but are anything but. So if you're still wondering why XRP survived the SEC war, or why HBAR keeps getting mentioned in tokenization papers by major financial authorities, here's your answer. They were never meant for the retail hype cycle. They were built for this. This isn't speculation anymore. This is infrastructure deployment. And the FDIC just quietly confirmed it in one of their most overlooked publications. An update that redefines how banks are expected to manage digital assets in the coming monetary framework. And if you miss what that confirmation really means, you'll be too late. Because once this new system is fully online, and once institutional liquidity starts flowing through it, XRP and HBAR will no longer be early bets. They'll be backbone assets. That's why this video matters. Subscribe to Be Crypto Smart right now, because what we're about to break down is far more than another crypto update. It's a prelude to the digital monetary reset, and XRP and HBAR are no longer waiting for permission. They've already been positioned, and the agencies, they're just now starting to show their hand. They didn't hold a press conference. There was no press release, no flashy headline on CNBC. But in Q4 of 2024, buried in a document that only a few analysts bothered to read, the FDIC made its move. And it was loud if you knew how to listen. In a 46-page update titled Supervisory Considerations for Banks Offering Crypto Asset-Related Services, the FDIC outlined how regulated banks are expected to handle digital asset exposure going forward. But this wasn't just a cautionary regulatory update. It was a signal, a structural pivot. The FDIC is officially preparing U.S. banks for tokenized finance. Now pause and think about that. This is the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the same agency created after the Great Depression to restore trust in the banking system. The same institution responsible for insuring trillions in U.S. deposits. And now, they're quietly instructing banks to integrate digital rails. And here's where it gets explosive. The document didn't just talk about crypto. It used precise language, terms like \n, custody of tokenized assets, \n, real-time settlement models, \n, interoperability between traditional systems and DLT-based infrastructure, \n, stablecoin clearing, \n, programmable settlement logic within compliant networks. Do those phrases sound familiar? Because they should. That's Ripple's playbook. That's Hedera's architecture. That's the exact type of enterprise-grade, compliance-focused, and settlement-ready infrastructure both XRP and HBAR have been building for years. Let's be clear, the FDIC didn't name XRP or HBAR directly, but they didn't have to, because the technical blueprint they referenced, it maps nearly identically to RippleNet's on-demand liquidity, ODL, systems, and Hedera's consensus and token services. Two technologies already integrated into enterprise pilots tested by U.S. banks and financial institutions. You think that's a coincidence? It's not. This is strategic alignment. And it proves one thing. The government has already chosen its infrastructure partners. It just hasn't told the public yet. Let's dig deeper. The FDIC's guidance highlights a need for banks to transition toward interoperable platforms that can manage both fiat and tokenized forms of value. Sound familiar? That's the exact mechanism Ripple has pitched for years, using XRP as a bridge asset to eliminate the need for Nostro/Vostro accounts and settle value instantly across borders. Meanwhile, Hedera's consensus layer, which guarantees finality, compliance visibility, and microsecond precision, fits the FDIC's demand for regulatory-grade DLTs that allow for programmable controls, auditability, and validator trust frameworks. That last part is especially critical: validator trust. Because in the FDIC's new language, there's a subtle but powerful shift. Instead of talking about public permissionless networks, which regulators tend to avoid, they focused on networks with trusted node governance, enterprise integration, and predictable throughput. That eliminates 90% of blockchains from the conversation. But it leaves two squarely in the center: Ripple's XRP ledger and Hedera hashgraph. Both networks operate with known validators, compliance-first designs, and regulatory-grade governance frameworks. In fact, Hedera is governed by a council of major multinational institutions, from Google to Standard Bank, and Ripple has been building bank-ready liquidity solutions since 2013. And here's where the timing gets interesting. Just weeks before the FDIC's publication, Ripple quietly expanded its liquidity hub, adding features tailored to institutional clients, including automated fiat crypto conversion tools and cross-border settlement APIs. At the same time, Hedera announced its integration into an international banking pilot led by members of the U.S. Faster Payments Task Force, with direct ties to FedNow. None of this is random. The FDIC's update wasn't just a regulatory heads-up. It was a procedural green light. It told banks, in coded language, "We're preparing for a future where tokenized value and traditional fiat coexist. Start building the bridge." And who's already built that bridge? Ripple, Hedera, XRP, HBAR. This isn't about hype. This is about infrastructure recognition. It's about regulatory institutions beginning to normalize digital assets as part of everyday banking operations. But retail missed it. While everyone was focused on meme coins and ETF drama, one of the most powerful U.S. banking agencies quietly endorsed the future and outlined a technical framework that mirrors what XRP and HBAR have been preparing for all along. This is how it happens. Not with a bull run, not with a tweet, but with a policy paper that 99% of investors ignore. Except that one sentence, that one paragraph, that one reference that connects everything. The FDIC just showed its hand. And if you're paying attention, it's clear. The rails for tokenized banking are already in place. The tech is ready. The regulators are on board. And the assets, already selected, they're just waiting for the liquidity gates to open. Let's cut through the noise. While the world was distracted by dog coins and NFT bubbles, Ripple was in the boardrooms. Not Discord servers. Not Twitter spaces. Boardrooms. The kind with real leather chairs, high-level policy advisors, and billion-dollar decisions being made. And the agenda? Global liquidity infrastructure. Not when moon. Not token burns, not hype. Real settlement. Real compliance. Real money. From the very beginning, Ripple wasn't chasing retail. They were building a product for banks, payment providers, central banks, and clearing institutions, the very backbone of the international financial system. And at the center of that product, XRP. But not as a speculative token, as a utility asset, as a bridge between siloed currencies, disconnected banks, and jurisdictions drowning in outdated payment rails. Let's make this crystal clear. To government agencies and financial institutions, XRP isn't just a coin, it's a weaponized liquidity tool. It replaces Nostro/Vostro accounts, eliminates settlement delays, cuts FX costs, and audits itself in real time. And in a world where trillions move across borders daily, speed, compliance, and traceability aren't optional. They're required. So when the FDIC starts using phrases like interoperability between tokenized and fiat settlement layers, or mentions real-time reconciliation of digital value across custody layers, they're not inventing new ideas. They're describing what Ripple has already built. This is what most of crypto still doesn't get. While Bitcoin was fighting for ETF approval and Ethereum debated over gas fees, Ripple was embedding itself into the regulatory bloodstream, working directly with the Bank of England on instance.
Star Wars fans, it's looking like we are in episode 3, Revenge of the Swamp. At least that's what I'm seeing. I'm sorry, but in this episode, I think Anakin becomes someone who embraces the dark side. Because what else could be the explanation for what is going on with the MAGA movement? And we have to confront this. We have to be honest about this. Left or right, don't be an idiot. The Epstein thing is a bridge too far, okay? It's just a bridge too far. Anyone that's not telling you that is lying to you. Further to that point, Andrew Tate has tweeted out a video that begs further investigation because I am just starting to wonder how infiltrated we are. Because we're definitely infiltrated, but the question is, how infiltrated are we? Let's jump right back into this. Welcome back to Candace. All right, you guys, I always try to find the silver lining, and maybe the silver lining, I'll say right on the top here, is that Jeffrey Epstein, this whole debacle could be a blessing in disguise, because I think people are waking up left and right. We are in unison right now going, what the actual F? And I think Cigar and Yeti, I don't know if you know him, he's a journalist who works over at Breaking Points. He sat down with Tucker Carlson, and I think he gave a very good explanation when he said this. Take a listen.
Said on camera, we have a client list.
On the White House lawn.
I've seen the client list.
Yes.
And then yesterday, she's saying there's no client list.
There's no client list. And there was no systematic blackmail. That actually might be the most preposterous line in the document.
The whole thing that this tape shows he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. Like, they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
Yeah, I agree, because the lie is more it's not the lie at this point is not even part of trying to convince any of this is true.
Yes.
The lie is a signal to everybody else involved in the scheme that to the ultimate ends, the United States government will go to protect all of you.
Yes.
And that's the for
Man,
what
is that smart.
purpose?
Can you say that again? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm sorry, it's a signal.
The lie is not for you and me. The lie is for those implicated to say, no matter what, we will protect you. And then we have to start asking the question, why? As in, what is the purpose?
He is so right there. The lies are becoming increasingly more audacious. It's almost like they are mocking us. They're laughing at us. I was saying this to my team the other day, that Bibi Netanyahu is now reaching a level of psychopathology where it's almost like he wants to get caught. Do you know what I mean? He's smirking all the time. He's like, who's going to stop me? He's conducting a genocide in broad daylight. His cabinet members are explicitly stating that their aims are, in fact, an ethnically cleansing. We have IDF soldiers speaking out about what they're doing, telling the truth about what's happening, just plucking off Palestinian kids. The ICC criminal court issued a warrant for his arrest. And what does he do? What does he do? He sits across from Donald Trump and he says, I, Bibi Netanyahu, am going to elect you for the Nobel Peace Prize. Because I should have say on that topic of who's been peaceful, and I decide that it's you. Yeah, sure, 400,000 Palestinians are missing, as it's been reported, but who cares? I have so much power. Somebody stop me. Seriously, did you guys see that clip? It's Bibi Netanyahu is electing Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. He's shameless. This is essentially a mass murderer showing up to the funeral of his victims. That's what we're seeing here. He's like, I did this, but I got to see the results here. And Trump is just taking it. Not only is Trump just taking it, he's also furiously tweeting out support for Bibi Netanyahu and the trials, because even the Israelis are taking him through the court system due to his corruption. And there's no reason for Trump to say anything about those trials. But he's doing it anyways. Trump is not required by any stretch of an imagination to speak out about those trials happening in Israel, but he's doing it. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is becoming this perfect example about how our reality is just being shaped for us. I feel like we're in a video game. Do you feel like we're in a video game and we're maybe losing? And now, as we're starting to realize this matrix, it's glitching in front of us. And the people who created it are basically saying, ha, nana boo boo, you can't do anything. They don't care, because what are you going to do? And I want to be clear, the headlines today, yesterday, they have been unequivocal to Trump, right? They have said, your base hates this. Okay. MAGA is splitting over this Epstein thing, left, right, and center. All of the publications, literally, conservative ones, liberal ones, ones in the middle. Here are just some of the headlines making that very clear. Here's CNN. Trump is daring MAGA to oppose him right now. That's what it kind of feels like. It's a dare. Like, are you going to oppose me? I'm Trump. Washington Post, same thing. Immigration, Epstein, Ukraine, Trump's moves roil the MAGA base. This is Al Jazeera. Why is MAGA angry with Trump and Pam Bondi over the Epstein files? This is the Daily Caller, conservative. Dark forces at play. MAGA revolts over Trump's DOJ's Epstein findings. It's even trending on Truth Social. So we can't miss this, right? Truth Social has their trending topics. That is literally Trump's social media platform. And it's all regarding Epstein. Look at this. Epstein cover-up, Epstein client list, hashtag Epstein. And let's be clear, Trump won this last election decisively because many people on the left came over to the right. Why do they do that? For two reasons. One, because Make America Healthy Again, the MAHA movement, obviously RFK Jr. was significant with that. You know, moms were upset about this, everything that's happening with the CDC, COVID, but also because of the promise of no more wars. Everyone's tired. We have fatigue. Again, I'm going to throw it to Cigar and Tucker that are discussing that. Take a listen.
The problem is the promise of MAGA is America first, and the contradiction is just too obvious. You can't, you know, if you're Joe Biden and you're, you know, senile and it's being run by a bunch of sinister, shadowy figures in the background, and you do something like this, it's like, of course they're doing it. But if you get up and you say, we're going to restore greatness to this country, we're going to do it by putting our own interests first. That's what every country does. That's kind of natural. It's organic. And then you put the interests of a country of 9 million people above your own in a way that's just insulting.
Yes.
People can't deal with that. Like,
And
their
they
brains
shouldn't.
start to explode. And I think this is blowing up the coalition.
I actually, on our show, our producer went to the Bronx, AOC's district, and interviewed people who were AOC Trump voters. And the number one reason that we got from them was war. It was the promise to bring an end to the war, both in Israel and Gaza and in Ukraine.
So yesterday, as I said, the base looked at Trump and said, what the hell are you doing? Okay. And then Pam Bondi gets up there. She tries to tell us that they don't know if Jeffrey Epstein was working for another country. They don't know. They don't know if he was working for another country. And yet we know, all of us know, that he was working for Israel. But Pam Bondi and the state, they don't know that. But all of us know that. And now the question is, why can't Trump admit that? I want to be clear. Jeffrey Epstein sexually harmed children. Okay. How can you possibly not find the courage to stand up and say the truth about who he was doing that on behalf of? The same country that factually protects American pedophiles if they move to Israel after they commit their crimes against children. We're not stupid. Everyone is waking up to what Israel is. Everyone's waking up to the stranglehold that they have in our politicians, our foreign policy. And now we're going back and we're realizing that it's maybe always been this way. That our policy is essentially, when Israel gets caught with its pants down, our government will still rush to defend them, as was the case with Jonathan Pollard. Trump, we talked about this yesterday, granting this spy clemency. Are you kidding me? Take a listen to Tucker Carlson speaking about that.
I mean, let's take the case of Jonathan Pollard, who's one of the biggest traitors in the history of the United States for passing classified information on to the Israeli government. Prime Minister Netanyahu used to visit our soil and actively campaign and urge our presidents of the United States to pardon Jonathan Pollard for betraying our country to his country.
Do you have any idea what they did with the classified information, those secrets?
Well, I actually have no idea.
They gave them to the Soviet Union.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And this was in the 80s, during the Cold War. And
it was 1985.
It was 85. I remember it well. I lived in Washington. The full focus of the U.S. government was focused, was in opposition to the Soviets. And the Israelis gave a lot of that classified information from the U.S. Navy to the Soviet government in exchange for allowing refuseniks, Jewish Soviet citizens, to move to Israel, which I'm totally for. I mean, I'm glad that they got out. I'm glad that they got out of the Soviet Union and made it Israel. That's great. But they took our secrets and gave them to our main enemy, our really only global enemy. What?
Yeah.
So here's the picture that's emerging, ladies and gentlemen. The American policy is that Israel can do whatever the hell it wants. They can assassinate sitting presidents. They can steal our secrets and hand it to the enemy. They can steal our technology. They can blackmail our politicians and businessmen. They can protect those who rape our children. They can murder Palestinian children. They can steal land. They can blackmail sitting presidents, like they did with Clinton. They can do deals, not just with the Soviet Union. They can do deals with Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party ahead of establishing themselves as a nation, as the Zionist group literally did with the Habara Agreement. Don't you dare ask questions about that, as we're all being called Nazis, strangely, by Zionists. So long as they say at the end of all of that, that we did it to protect the Jewish state. That is effectively the American government policy. And I want you to know something else. They're laughing at you. They are laughing at you. So whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're independent, you are the end of a ha-ha joke. And that's how it felt, by the way, when yesterday, when we were discussing all of these things, we were discussing this sort of onion of deception, all of these layers that are happening. And in this moment, recognizing that this infiltration is not just in the White House. It seems like they're showing their hand in more obvious ways. The deception is being revealed. Places that we didn't even expect it, we're now recognizing, like in Christian churches. In case you missed this headline, the IRS, the state, has now decided that pastors can stump for politicians. Okay, this is a headline. The IRS says churches can now endorse political candidates. Now, why does that matter? Let me explain this to you. Churches do not have to pay taxes. They are 501c3. And so since 1954, there was a provision in the tax code that was called the Johnson Amendment that says that churches and other not-for-profit organizations, all of them, because you're not paying taxes, you will lose your tax-exempt status if you participate in political campaigning, because that's a conflict of interest, right? There's a conflict of interest. And suddenly you get this group of Christians, national religious broadcasters, and several churches. They decide to sue the IRS over this rule, saying, no, actually that infringes on our First Amendment rights, our freedom of speech rights. And so just last week, the IRS came back in a court ruling and said, yeah, actually you can, in good faith, if you speak out to your congregants through your customary channels of communication on matters of faith in connection with the religious service, then that's totally fine. That passes. That flies, as long as you do it through the lens of a religious faith. Okay? Well, why don't we just get rid of the whole rule for all 501c3s? Why can't all charities then just stump for politicians? And of course, this is because they're going to let money fly to these pastors more openly, more in your face, not on a boo-boo, you can't touch us. And the IRS is now saying that these religious institutions are really just engaging in what's a family discussion, right? This is just a family speaking about these matters of faith, and it does not actually run afoul of the Johnson Amendment whatsoever. We know what this is about. Like I said, because we covered this on the show last week, Operation Mocking Pastor, suddenly for Israel. The churches, and I think probably not just now, but maybe always, have been infiltrated. And I want to show you this, by the way, because we should have showed you more of this clip. This is an hour-long sermon. We are reducing this to 3 minutes, but it's important to listen to this pastor. His name's Pastor Meter. He's from Oregon, because I want you to realize what they are referring to that they're saying is not a problem anymore because you're speaking like a family. And Pastor Meter is about to give a quote-unquote sermon. And of course, it's going to be a biblical sermon. So I have my Bible. This is actually, I got a Bible from like 1880 because I'm going to follow along. It's going to be biblical. Okay. Pastor Meter, take it away.
Well, let's get to it. Romans chapter 2 is where we're going to begin. One of the things that's happening right now with, speaking of the Iranian
Yes, he's done with that. No more Bible talk.
bombings that happened the last few weeks and what have you, and Israel and the Iranian proxies and the wars and all that stuff, it's caused a pattern of questions to come in concerning Israel and the Jewish people. Anti-Semitism is raging around the world. That's just a fancy word for hatred toward the Jewish people. The proxies of Iran have been bombing Israel every day for the past 30 years. Last time I was in Israel, 30 rockets supplied by Iran came across from the Gaza Strip into Israel. While I was there, 4,000 rockets flew over the border into Israel while I was there. So the problem is people don't know their Bibles very well. And they don't know the nuances about the Jews. Who are the Jews? Who is Israel? That confusion was modeled very beautifully in a train wreck of a discussion between Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz, the senator.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes. Okay, this is a train wreck. And here's what you have. You have a Catholic in Tucker Carlson, who Catholics don't really know their Bible for the most part. And that's not even really encouraged to be a Bible student in Catholicism. Let the priest do all that stuff. You just love the Lord and go to church and mass and stuff like that. But Tucker's asking some legitimate questions, and it is typical of the Catholic worldview. And maybe you're familiar with Candace Owens. Candace was someone 3-4 years ago I was so impressed by. Smart, articulate, generally, has a more conservative worldview. But she has gone off the rails. She is a full-blown anti-Semitic, Jew-hating person. And her theology is a part of that. She has gone off the rails on things about, well, she would say, Pastor Brett at Eighth Creek, I'm demonic. She said that because she said these church pastors that are dispensationalists and they read the Schofield Bible. She, along with a bunch of other theologians like this guy from Big and Rich, 1 minute he's singing about feeding beer to your horse and your girlfriend. The next minute he's talking about his theology about you guys that believe in the rapture of the church and the pre-trib dispensational teaching, and John Schofield, John Rich is talking about the Schofield Bible that is a horrible version of the Bible. Where did he get that propaganda? Well, it came really from this guy. Maybe you've not heard of Ian Carroll. He's a conspiracy theorist. Joe Rogan likes to put him on.
In the early 1900s, right around when the Federal Reserve was founded and the Balfour Declaration happened, right at that exact same time, the Rothschild family hired this dude, this pastor in the Deep South. He made a new version of the Bible called the Schofield Bible.
I can't even begin to comment how much of a nincompoop this person really is. I'm praying for him because he needs to get some brains. This is horrifying. Everything that he said there was totally false. Just total made up, weird propaganda.
I can't make that up. By the way, it goes on for an hour. Let me tell you, you do not need to bring your Bible to what Pastor Meters, they put together a presentation. As you see, he tells so many lies. I mean, just in the beginning there, I was in Israel, 30 rockets. 40 rockets. 4,000 rockets, 4 million rockets just came in. It's just amazing. He tells us Tucker Carlson is a Catholic. Tucker Carlson is definitively not a Catholic. I never called this man a demon. Don't know this man. John Rich is certainly not getting his ideas from Ian Carroll. What are we talking about? And of course, he doesn't even attempt to debunk a single word that any of us have said. I'm showing this to you guys because you have to wake up now, okay? I hope you're waking up in the same way that I have woken up as to what is really going on, because once you realize what's going on, you don't need anybody to clue you in anymore. There's like a bigger picture that's happening here. And like I said, that to me feels like we're being mocked. He's not even trying in that clip. He's not even trying for an hour to be anything else other than an arm of the Israeli government. And I have to tell you that in feeling this way, in feeling like we're being laughed at, I felt that strongly when in response to all of this chaos, Trump tweets out a video, okay? Teeing up here, people are upset about Epstein. We're upset. We think that he's wanting us to make Israel great again. We're looking for some direction. We're looking for him to show that that's not true. We're looking for him to stand up to a pedophile, stand up to the state of Israel on this point at least. Have they infiltrated our government? And instead he tweets out this video, a video, and I am not kidding, that ends with paid for by the Jewish coalition. On a day that we are angry about Epstein, the Mossad potential cover up here, someone on his team was like, okay, drop the video so that they know how much we don't care. Here's the actual video that they dropped.
Bold, decisive, leadership with a purpose. President Trump's strike on Iran's nuclear weapons facilities made the world safer. For decades, Iran has waged war on America, even plotting to assassinate President Trump. Their goal, death to America, destruction of Israel, terror. Only President Trump had the courage to stop them. President Trump, peacemaker.
I just want to get out of this Will Ferrell movie that we're in. Like we're clearly in a Will Ferrell movie. I'm actually going to show you a clip of what all of this is looking like to me. But this is a big LOL. And you have to ask the question, why is Trump doing this? Anybody that's not telling you this is not okay, any person that's trying to convince you that this is all normal, he's playing 4D chess. I don't play 4D chess, okay? I don't play 4D chess. We elected you for a reason. That reason was not to make Israel great. The reason was definitively not to turn the other cheek when it comes to pedophilia. And to the extent that you are going to try to play some psychological jujitsu to convince us that we turned our back on you, Like people who are calling this out and saying it's wrong, you are betraying Trump. You've turned your back. No. I have always been right here on the topic of pedophilia. We cannot meet. We are not on the same side. If you cannot take a stance against something this disgusting and despicable and demonic and satanic as the violation of children as a part of a sophisticated blackmail network that was being clearly run and operated by Israel and the Mossad, then you and I are not on the same team. In fact, we maybe never were on the same team. Maybe we were never on the same team. And I want to be clear because a lot of times I get taken out of context and people go, oh, Candace is now regretting her. I am recognizing in this a uniparty. It feels very much like we are being like they've infiltrated Trump one way or the other. Maybe he's just watching Fox News. Maybe he's not definitively not sending out his own tweets and he doesn't realize how upset his base is. And we're getting to a point here that everyone has to take a stance. Okay? Everyone has to take a stance here because this is getting sick and it's getting twisted. And I want to be clear. This is not me saying, I wish I was a Democrat. This is me saying, this is a uniparty. And it feels like Trump is just supposed to keep us calm. Just like, oh, it's fine because Trump is doing it and you were behind Trump. And so you can't say anything. You can't defy Trump or you're going to get a lecture about betrayal. And I don't really care about these lectures about betrayal. And there's a lot more that I want to say here. And I want to show some other clips that are going around. And I'm going to do that in just a moment. First, I want to throw to a couple of our sponsors. GNO Land is one of them. You would think in a world where your data is locked into big tech's vault, that your voice is being drowned out by the algorithm and your ideas are being scraped, monetized, and buried, that would be a thing of the past, but it's not. It's happening every single day. GNO.land is a blockchain-powered rebellion disguised as a novel multi-user operating system. It's not just tech. It is actually the Logoverse, a universe where you hold the keys. You can imagine a social platform where your posts cannot be shadow banned. There's a marketplace where your creations are not taxed by the middleman, a community where your code, your art, your ideas actually earns you power, not just likes. Built on the intuitive GNO language, GNO.land flips the script on censorship and control in the extractive platforms. It's not just a blockchain, it's a full-blown operating system for digital communities where developers collaborate like a jazz band live and on-chain, improvising governance, apps, and the economies in real time. If you'd like to learn more about that today, you can head to gno.land/Owens. That's gno.land/Owens. Also reminding you about Tax Network USA because tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the deadline or you still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait, it's only going to make things worse. With over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast, but the good news is that there is still time for Tax Network USA to help you. If you're a self-employed person or you're a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got it completely covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up the financial chaos of your life and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation will be completely free. And if you act now, it could stop the penalties, threatening letters, and all the surprise stuff that's coming before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Candace. You may have missed the tax deadline, but you have not run out of options. So let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes their next move. Again, call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Candace. All right, guys. So Upside Down Land is where we are at. I do want to show you this clip, by the way, because now that you've watched Pastor Meter at Oregon, and by the way, like I said, we were getting so many people saying, my pastor did this, my pastor did this. And I watched that and I felt that it was indistinguishable from Ricky Bobby in Talladega Nights, like pretending that we're doing a prayer here, but maybe you're just kind of saying, I want to win and kind of using God to get there. Let's roll that clip.
Dear tiny infant Jesus.
Hey, sweetie, Jesus did grow up. You don't always have to call him baby. It's a bit odd and off-putting to pray to a baby.
Look, I like the Christmas Jesus best, and I'm saying grace. When you say grace, you can say it to grown-up Jesus or teenage Jesus or bearded Jesus or whoever you want.
You know what I want? I want you to do this grace good so that God will let us win tomorrow.
Dear tiny Jesus, your golden fleece diapers with your tiny little fat balled up fist pawing.
He was a man. He had a beard.
Look, I like the baby version the best. Do you hear me? I win the races and I get the money.
Ricky, finish the damn grace.
I like to picture Jesus in a tuxedo T-shirt because it says like, I want to be formal, but I'm here to party too. Because I like to party, so I like my Jesus to party.
I like to picture Jesus as a ninja fighting off evil samurai.
I like to think of Jesus like with giant eagle's wings and singing lead vocals for Leonard Skinner with like an angel band. And I'm in the front row and I'm hammered drunk.
Hey, Cal, why don't you just shut up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dear 8-pound, 6-ounce, newborn infant Jesus. Don't even know a word yet. Just a little infant, so cuddly, but still omnipotent. We just thank you for all the races I've won and the $21.2 million. Woo! Woo!
Woo! Ow!
Love that money
This is
that I have accrued over this past season. Also due to a binding endorsement contract that stipulates I mention Powerade at each grace. I just want to say that Powerade is delicious and it cools you off on a hot summer day. And we look forward to Powerade's release of Mystic Mountain Blueberry. Thank you for all your power and your grace, dear baby God. Amen.
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 That is an analogy for what is happening. I'm telling you guys, that is an analogy of what's going on with these pastors, what they're doing, who they're funded by. They think that they can just turn the word of God into whatever they want to on stage as they go attack people. That is literally an analogy for what is taking place right now. We have been infiltrated. I want to say this on a more serious note. We are seemingly at a point in time when the people that are adamantly defending Trump, right now we've got like Meghan McCain defending him, Ben Dominic defending him, her husband, Ben Shapiro defending him, literal never Trumpers who have now changed their minds. What does that say? Has the MAGA base moved or has Trump moved? And then we have Tucker Carlson, who literally stumped for Trump, like put it out on the line so that Trump could win, being called kooky by Trump. But what does that say? And I'm starting to wonder, like I said, if Trump's entire purpose here is to convince the populist movement that wars are actually okay. Like he's like becoming war light, like it's like diet war, because we're going to actually package the idea of war a little bit differently. And that's something that I'm not going to accept anymore. Trending right now, which I'd like to respond to, is this clip of Ben Shapiro, and he's defending Trump, who he now supports over the Epstein debacle and him wanting to move on from the Epstein debacle. I think we have that clip, Skylar. Let's play it.
However, when President Trump speaks for the American people more generally, and he says, guys, don't we have better things to do? You can understand his irritation. The man is trying to negotiate an end to a war in the Gaza Strip. He's trying to negotiate an end to a war in Ukraine. He's attempting to revivify the American economy. He's attempting to crack down on illegal immigration. On a list of American priorities by the polls, the Epstein-Maxwell case comes in pretty close to zero, just on a list of priorities.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. So the first thing that I would like to say is actually I would put this at number 1. Okay. If our entire DC swamp is operating like a swamp because all of our politicians have been blackmailed by a foreign state, and this blackmail effort is so sophisticated that it includes Hollywood, people that are coming out and supporting certain politicians. Perhaps they're also blackmailed. These people were at parties, maybe these people are on tapes, and maybe these people are pedophiles on top of all of that. I would put that at number 1 because that would mean America is compromised. It means nothing else matters if we cannot figure out what is happening in DC. We all accept it's rotten, and the closest we have ever come to being able to figure out how it became so is unpacking the Epstein web. The second thing I would like to say that I no longer accept, and you can let me know if you agree as Trump supporters, is this idea that he's trying to end wars. Okay. He's trying to negotiate peace in the Gaza Strip. He's trying to negotiate peace in Ukraine. In fact, and Skylar, I don't know if we have this clip ready. Trump just sat when he was sitting down for this disastrous meeting, also signaled that he will be sending more weapons to Ukraine. So I would say if you're trying to end a war, maybe don't send weapons to Ukraine. If you're trying to end the war in Israel and Ukraine, and they are your welfare recipients, cut off the funding. You're not trying hard enough, right? If you are trying to end what is happening in Gaza, you can stop it abruptly by ceasing to send Israel weapons, by ceasing to send them money. trillions of dollars we've sent to Israel since 1948, probably even before then. I don't even know. Since before it was nation, maybe we were sending money in another way through another means. Someone will have to look into that. This excuse that he's trying, this is why I think he's just prolonging this, and we're all very stupid, right? You could do it like that when you're the person funding it. This is like having a teenage daughter and saying, I am trying to get her to stop smoking cigarettes, but every day she takes my credit card and she buys a pack of cigarettes because she really likes them. And I'm really trying to get her to understand. I'm trying to negotiate with her to get her to understand how nicotine is bad. Hi, Mom, just take the credit card away. And it ends just like that. It's over, okay? They can't afford to keep this up if America cuts them off. None of these guys can. And then suddenly everybody appears at the negotiating table. This feels like we are being lied to. It feels like actually the deal is I'm maybe already invested in Gaza Strip. Maybe that's why I kind of let the cat out of the bag when I said we'll put Trump hotels here. Maybe also I let it slip, let the mask slip a little bit when Jared Kushner was out there saying how much the property could be worth as soon as the war started. Like didn't even wait. Like he couldn't even like wait a month to say that could be worth a lot of money. Right? It feels like maybe the deal has already been done. And what you're saying is, I will try to keep the populists calm. I'll try to keep America calm while we pretend that we're negotiating, but get this done as fast as possible. Get this ethnic cleansing done as fast as possible so that we can then say, I did it. I negotiated peace. After we ethnically cleansed Ukraine, after we ethnically cleansed Gaza, you're going to swoop in and tell us that you negotiated this thing to its end. I don't buy that anymore. I'm done with that. I'm done with these excuses. I don't know at this moment who the bad guys are and who the good guys are, right? Because I'm recognizing that the media's ability to magnify and to minimize something in our minds has become a tool which completely pollutes our senses. Like we are being, it is just incredible. Think about this. We are being told that Kanye West wearing a Nazi swastika, like the media just went crazy when that happened. Like, this is terrible. When he tweeted DEFCON 3, we're told that was violent. It's a form of violence, okay? While at the same time, that very same media is telling us not to pay attention to what's happening in Gaza. And if you do pay attention to what's happening in Gaza, it's because you're a terrorist. Like, if you pay attention to actual terrorism, that's wrong. The same people, by the way, it's the same people that are saying, do not pay attention to what's happening in Gaza, are the same people that are telling you to pay the absolute most attention when it comes to someone like Kanye West dropping a song, which to my knowledge has not killed anybody. To my knowledge, I don't know. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research on that. Do you realize what's wrong with that picture? What is really wrong with that picture when they're telling you that these obvious villains like Bibi Netanyahu are heroes? And it's the same thing, by the way. I watched the Zionist sympathizers demand that the government get involved to deal with Andrew Tate when he, as an American citizen, landed on American soil. Government, help us. Has Andrew Tate been found guilty of anything? No. But no, like, he's a bad guy because they're looking into him. And there are these clips I can show you of Andrew Tate saying that he's a pimp. And so that should be enough. Government, get involved, get him out of here, even though he's an American citizen. Remember that? And then actually now those same people are saying Epstein, who was actually convicted of crimes and against minors, just move on. Okay. So what? Maybe he's holding a whole blackmail. Just let it go. We've got bigger fish to fry. I'm getting whiplash. All I'm saying is I'm getting whiplash. And I found it very interesting when Andrew Tate tweeted that he has now official proof that some of these women that have come forward were being paid by non-governmental organizations, by NGOs that say that they're combating human trafficking. I'll let you listen to what he says in his own words because I'm telling you this is interesting.
The girl who initially accused my brother and I of human trafficking 3.5 years ago has just admitted to DCAW that she was paid in advance before she made the police report, $100,000 to make the report, and the money came from a USAID-funded NGO designed to combat human trafficking. Why would you pay somebody before they make a police report $100,000 to combat human trafficking unless you were actually trying to set us up? She then admits that after she took the money, She flew here, made the police report, and after only 3 days in Romania, she was flown to the south of France. The flights, hotels, and budget for her stay there was all paid for by the same NGO. And we have the paperwork.
Now, here's what I'm going to say. I have been doing my own research because I needed to kind of understand what happened when I got thrown out of the window for talking about, like, you know, pedophiles in old Vienna, literally, last year. And what has emerged to me is very clearly a picture, a network of influencers who I believe are being paid to go after certain people. And I think that we did not realize that a lot of these quote unquote MAGA influencers are maybe actually being funded through a lot of organizations, non-governmental organizations. And I've been able to kind of sketch a profile of how that's happening. And it's taken me a lot of time, and I'd be beginning to unpack this. But when he said this, it made me go, I've sensed this myself. I think we have been infiltrated, and that this movement has been happening since as soon as Trump won the election, essentially. I think that there have been kind of a mirage of influencers that have arrived, and we maybe thought that it was all organic, and maybe it's actually not so organic. And maybe they have kind of been forced into the public sphere, and we were like, great, and cheering them on. And maybe we've all been duped. And that's going to be a really tough pill to swallow. But I'm telling you that this narrative begs further investigation, and that we've been infiltrated from start to finish. And so where does this leave the movement? Where does this leave the Trump movement, the MAGA movement? The thing is the populist movement it chose Trump, not the other way around. The populist movement chose Trump because he sold us a vision that he understood what it was that our concerns were. That movement is not, you're not going to wave a magic wand and convince us that we are the party of John McCain. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We should be a little bit upset and we should be angry, but we should know that this movement will survive Trump. What we need to do is we need to recognize this infiltration. And then when the time comes, we need to vote some of these people out. That is the reality. But this movement, whatever is happening at the White House right now, is entirely being controlled by Zionists in Israel. And I will say that, and I don't care if adjectives are going to be tweeted at me, if people are going to come, oh, you turned your, I don't care anymore, okay? If you are on the side of a pedophile like Jeffrey Epstein, you and I are not on the same side. If you are telling me that I need to turn the page on Jeffrey Epstein, you and I are not on the same side. I don't care who you are. That's what I want to say about that. I'm also going to show you a trailer for someone that I sat down with and explain to you why I sat down with this person, and it's going to upset a lot of people, and I really don't care, to be honest with you. Because there's a reason that this conversation had to happen. Before we do that, and I'm going to get into some of your comments, I first want to tell you guys about Nimi Skincare. Your skincare routine should absolutely be working for you, and that's why I know I've introduced you guys already, but want to remind you about Nimi Skincare, because with their custom skincare bundle builder, you can create a routine that's not only tailored to your skin's unique needs, but also rooted in the values that matter most: faith, family, and freedom. You get to handpick the products that match your goals, whether that's hydration, anti-aging, or bringing out your natural God-given glow. You can build a routine that's simple, effective, and made right here in the USA. And when you subscribe to your custom bundle, the savings add up. Right now, you'll get 10% off 2 products, 15% off 3 products, and up to 20% off 5 or more products. One-time orders don't qualify for these discounts, so subscribing is truly the smartest way to care for your skin without ever running out of what you need. If you're tired of giving your money to companies that don't share your values, Nimi is the answer. They are a conservative-owned company, and all of their products are made in the USA with clinically proven ingredients. When you choose Nimi, you vote with your wallet. So stop compromising on your skincare routine. Build your custom bundle today at NimiSkincare.com, and be sure to subscribe for ultimate convenience and savings. Use my code Candace5, and you'll get an additional 5% off your first subscription order. Just head to NimiSkincare.com and use promo code Candace5 at checkout. All right, you guys. Now, let me show you this trailer. So I sat down and did a thing, and I was interested to speak to the most evil people in the world, the most evil human in the entire world. I wanted to get the backstory for how this human became so evil. And let me show you a trailer for that.
Meeting me, what's your impression? Do you think I'm an evil person, or?
I don't think you're evil. I think you're asking me.
I became friends with all the Daily Wire people. I said, why does the United States give Israel $3.8 billion per year? You really shouldn't ask that, they would say. The way you're asking it is anti-Semitic. I'm just asking questions.
Did that then make you go, okay, no, actually, I do hate Jews?
something's up with the Zionists or Israel. It's not Israel. It is the Jews.
You think that your ideas are going to grow with that perspective?
Well, they are.
You kind of lament the fact that you've been canceled. You lament the fact that nobody will have your platform. And in the very same breath, talk about being a hypocrite, you're going after Dave Smith for what? Like, why is she doing Dave Smith? And that's why you suck. You do have ideas that there shouldn't be interracial marriage. I've seen those clips. Can you explain why that is?
My values are not just who I'm in love with and things like that. It's also my heritage, my identity, my race. For a long time, I would say I'm racialist. Now I just say I'm racist.
Are you a Jew hater?
Well,
we will be premiering that exclusively on CandaceOwens.com on our website for a lot of reasons. He's banned from YouTube. If you don't know who that is, he's been banned from the time he was 18 years old from virtually every platform. And the backstory there is quite interesting about how that came about. So we will be releasing that on Friday exclusively at CandaceOwens.com if you'd like to hear that. And like I said, it is a very interesting backstory of what trajectory Nick Fuentes was on when suddenly he got completely sidetracked. And the reasons behind that are interesting. I'll leave it at that. All right, guys, let's get into some of your comments. Let's hear what you have to say about all of this. First and foremost, Ben Austin writes, I wonder how those who say nothing to see here would explain to their daughters that were victimized by Epstein and company that no one will be held accountable. Also, were Snowden and Assange ever pardoned? Yeah, it's a great question. And it's, like I said, it's crazy that they are telling us that it's fine and just to move along and to pretend that this person who had an office on Harvard's campus after that he committed these crimes, after he was found guilty of committing these crimes, person who was allowed to basically be the mayor of a Palm Beach sheriff's office and do whatever he wanted after he committed these crimes and pled guilty to those things in a plea deal is stunning. It is stunning. And this is not going to be a stain that is just going to be wiped away. This is problematic. Celine writes, hey, Candace, did you happen to see that Macron and his husband shaking hands with Qatar players, the way they were staring at him with their mouths open? Yes, we covered that. And we also put it on our social media channels. Obviously, everyone is now awake to the Brigitte Macron story. And there's so much more there, how it connects with the Epstein story. Like I've told you, we are working on a season 2, which is going to tell us a lot more about Epstein. Cuddle writes, we as the American people do not matter. We do not want war. We want to save the children. Bibi is terrible. Thanks, Candace and Tucker, for awesome journalism. Yeah, you know, I just, to me, as a mother, before I became a mother, but we just have to have a line in the sand, and pedophilia has got to be it. And it's crazy that I even have to say that. It is totally crazy that I even have to say that or to defend that position. Traitor. What? What are we talking about? Not a content creator writes, I'm confused because Trump was just mad at Bibi like 1 month ago when he skipped Israel on his Middle Eastern tour. What changed? I don't know what changed. You know, your theories are as good as my theories. I don't know. I have no insight to what's happening. All I know is that everyone who didn't support Trump is suddenly working in lockstep with him. The Never Trump movement has infiltrated, and they are, like I said, just pulling apart the MAGA movement. And it seems like Trump is none the wiser for it. An opinion writes, that's such a lie. Catholics know their Bible more than anyone. I figured that out when I started studying their writings, the catechism. Athey Creek Brett Meter is propaganda. Look, you don't even have to defend anything after you watch his sermon. Like we are in no position to have to defend ourselves after you listen to that man's sermon. Like the idea that we're engaging in propaganda after he gives that sermon is hilarious. So don't take any offense to it. RDS writes, I've always thought of you as a straight shooter. For some reason, I've never watched your show. Anyway, have you tried to get Whitney Webb on? She can be a fire hose of information, but she'd be well worth your time. No, I haven't. You know, we don't have that many guests on the show, but her name definitely keeps coming up. And I know that Ian Carroll, who I've had on because I think his videos are great, he has always credited a lot of his work with having read her book. And she kind of wrote, from what I understand, she's the author of the book One Nation Under Blackmail, and she went deep on speaking about the Epstein blackmail ring that controls our politicians. The answer is I would get her on the show. I'd like to have a conversation with anybody that knows more about this. I've already established, obviously, this connection with Xavier Poussard, and he's been working on a book about what's going on with Epstein and how it all connects. It connects the entire world. Very powerful man, Epstein, and very clear who he was working for. The Christian mindset writes, dispensationalism does not teach unequivocal support for Israel. The attitude that Christians should have toward Jews is the same attitude that Paul had, that they would be saved by faith alone. Yeah, I think it's quite telling that that pastor is up there and he is in defense of Israel, attacking Christians. He's up there attacking Catholics. And the reason for that, in case you haven't connected that dot, is because when Theodore Herzl, who was not a religious Jew at all and is credited with the founding of Israel, went around to the Vatican and Pope Pius X met with him. And he said, look, we're just going to go into Palestine and make it a nation. Pope Pius X said, we won't support you. So it's got some long-standing beef with the Catholics, and it's deeper than that as well. Catholics know history, and you can't kind of rewrite history and rewrite the book and pretend that you were a victim on certain things that happened all throughout Europe. And I think that's also a reason why Catholics have been targeted. And in the classroom, there's this sort of quiet brainwashing that happens against Catholicism. That's been my experience when I tried to realize why I was so trigger-friendly when it came to Catholics. Before I became one, I realized that I was brainwashed in the classroom without even realizing it. Eric Klein writes, are we still talking about Donald's best friend who was swapped for a different dead body? Jeffrey? Yeah, I guess you're making fun of that. Yeah, it's totally crazy. Yeah, we are definitely still going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Alexander writes, don't stop revealing the truth, Candace. It's the most important thing we have. Best regards from Germany. Yeah, doing it for Germany and all of Europe, especially because these people got speech laws passed. Talk about any people countries that are older, right? That didn't have a sense, like don't have the Americans, a very young country, obviously. And so I think it was sort of easier to kind of write history for Americans, say Americans have free speech. Now you see suddenly speech is being threatened. They're like, no, we got to pass speech laws on this one topic. We need to have like a special category. And yes, Trump administration has been behind that. What is happening on college campuses is the beginning. Bibi Netanyahu is on camera saying, you know, you come for Israel, there's going to be laws passed about you. We're working on laws, he says, in all 50 states. Make sure that any person that criticizes Israel will be effectively ruined. He says this on camera. And like I said, he's always smirking in the same way that Jeffrey Epstein was always smirking, because I think when you have that much power and you can just do whatever you want, it must be hard to get a thrill, you know? So you have to do these things like sit down and be like, I'm picking who I want to be the Nobel Peace Prize winner. I'm the decider of what peace is. Like, it's totally psychopathic. He could have just said nothing about the Nobel Peace Prize, but that's not what he does. He's always doing that little smirk. He wants to be caught because anybody knows he can't. So he just does these things. Anyways, you guys, we've obviously covered a lot today, but I just wanted to make it clear that I will not support any candidate, movement, influencer, person, individual, left, right, center, that is not clear on the importance of what Jeffrey Epstein has done and the importance of revealing who was behind him. That should be very easy for all of us to agree on. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Crypto has infiltrated the U.S. government in a huge way ever since the election. And now we have prominent names like Brad Garlinghouse, for an example, included at the banking GOP hearings. This is very exciting stuff. And it's also showing us how much this entire space has changed. I mean, the evolution of crypto from even the skeptics, for an example, has changed significantly. And we have to appreciate this. And we also have to focus on this because it's showing us that crypto is no longer just a hyped up asset class. It's now becoming a legitimate asset class that the technology behind it is also being tapped in and utilized in a very huge way, or at least the government wants to tap into it and utilize it in a very significant way. So things are changing, and it's very clear from just this post from Brad Garlinghouse, because we have ahead of the banking GOP hearing tomorrow. Let me introduce you to some of the 55 million Americans that own and use crypto. I'm testifying tomorrow because these are the very people who deserve market clarity. Time and again, the skeptics insist on stereotyping crypto holders, but that's simply not reality. These are real faces of crypto. Take a look at their stories from Nat Crypto Association. Now, obviously, I'm not going to play this video, but it does go over just how many individuals out there are tapped in on crypto. And it's not just, degenerate gamblers that want to tap into meme coins. No, it's legitimate individuals that want to utilize crypto for businesses or just for payments and remittances and things like that. So they want to actually tap in and utilize crypto. Now, on top of this post, he also did say that he posted his full testimony for the hearing, which was available in this document. And this one's actually very interesting because it provides us with a few things. So number one, it's titled The United States Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs from Wall Street to Web3, Building Tomorrow's Digital Asset Markets. If we actually look at this, it gives us just a nice little breakdown of, Ripple and how it was founded more than a decade ago with a mission to enable the internet of value. A world where money moves like information does today. We build software products that power cross-border payments, stablecoins, and digital custody. Ripple helps financial institutions reduce friction, unlock efficiencies, and serve their customers better. These are not abstract concepts. We work every day with banks that rely on our technology to deliver real results in the global economy. And this is what I wanted to focus on. We work every day with banks that rely on their technology. This is a clear confirmation that Ripple is working with plenty of banks in the real world. Ripple leverages the XRP Ledger, a decentralized battle-tested open-source blockchain, and its native digital asset XRP to facilitate payments. XRP is built to enable fast, low-cost, and highly scalable transactions. From the start, Ripple made the deliberate choice to work with policymakers and regulators, not around them. We take a compliance-first approach, operating with over 60 payment service, crypto, and money transmitter licenses domestically and globally. With regard to the topic of this hearing, we believe smart legislation should be based on several core principles. Consumers need protection from fraud and scams. Markets need proper oversight. Bad actors need to be kept in check, and innovation must thrive. A constructive and workable framework for digital assets and stablecoins that achieves these goals will expand access to financial markets, create jobs, boost the economy, and put the U.S. on a path to becoming a global blockchain and crypto leader. And then, of course, we do have a breakdown of the last decade and how the regulatory and legal uncertainty around crypto has pretty much held back progress in the US and even globally, if we really think about it. At Ripple, we've seen firsthand how the lack of clear rules of the road can be weaponized to target good actors and turn the technology, jobs, and tax dollars that go with it are pushed offshore, reducing regulatory oversight and putting consumers at higher risk. This has severely harmed American businesses, investors, and of most concerned consumers. Now, they do break down the battle, right? We have Ripple was the first leading U.S. crypto company to be sued by the SEC. We and many others understood that a loss here would be a death knell for the industry in the U.S. Fortunately, after 4 years of a hard-fought legal battle, we prevailed. The court ruled in our favor on everything that mattered, including finding that the token XRP is not in and of itself a security. Our victory cleared the path for other market participants to fight back. And of course, despite these headwinds, Ripple will still prioritizes education and engagement with policymakers and regulators for companies to have the confidence to continue doing business in America. Congress should focus on these principled and smart legislation moves with these critical goals in mind. First, set clear jurisdictional boundaries for our main financial regulators. Second, establish pathways for companies to build in the U.S. without sacrificing investor or consumer protections. And third, ensure that the U.S. can be a global leader in crypto by taking full advantage of the benefits and efficiencies brought by digital assets and blockchain technologies. Now we have here over 55 million Americans participate in the crypto economy, which equates to about $3.4 trillion in market cap today. A smart regulatory framework for crypto market structure is essential to realize that future and is long overdue. Speaking on behalf of the entire crypto industry, I urge you to prioritize the passage of market structure legislation for digital assets to the committee and the full Senate to provide the rules and regulations needed to ensure that the U.S. becomes the crypto capital of the world. Once market structure legislation for digital assets becomes the law in the U.S., this will catalyze a new era for U.S. competitiveness and unlock efficiencies in financial transactions, dramatically helping consumers and businesses alike. Ripple hopes to see this become a reality, and we look forward to working with you to help make this happen. And what's crazy about this is, yeah, David Sachs told us that the market structure legislation will be introduced before August recess, markup first week of September, and done by the end of September. President Trump supports clarity on market structure as well as genius on stablecoins. We already know that the Genius Act is almost completely passed through. The Clarity Act, that's going to be passed through by September, as David Sachs is saying. Now, this is not the only individual that we heard, from about this, which we'll go over, but I want to play a few video clips from the hearing. This is with Brad Garlinghouse. Big shout out to Subjective Views. We have Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse appears before the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs to testify in a hearing entitled From Wall Street to Web3, Building Tomorrow's Digital Assets Market. Check this out.
Good morning, Chair Scott, Ranking Member Warren, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Brad Garlinghouse. I'm the CEO of Ripple. Ripple has approximately 900 employees across our 15 offices worldwide. We were founded more than a decade ago with a mission to enable the Internet of Value, a world where money moves like information does today. We build software products that power cross-border payments, stablecoins, and digital custody. Ripple helps financial institutions reduce friction, unlock efficiencies, and serve their customers better. These are not abstract concepts. We work every day with banks that rely on our technology to deliver real results in the global economy. Ripple leverages the XRP ledger, a decentralized, battle-tested, open-source blockchain, as well as its native digital asset, XRP, to facilitate payments. XRP is built to enable fast, low-cost, and highly scalable transactions. From the start, Ripple made the deliberate choice to work with policymakers and regulators, not around them. We have taken a compliance-first approach, operating with over 60 payment, service, crypto, and money transmitter licenses domestically and globally. With regard to the topic of this hearing, we believe smart legislation should be based on several core principles. Consumers need protection from fraud and scams. Markets need proper oversight. Bad actors need to be kept in check. And innovation must thrive. A constructive and workable framework for digital assets and stablecoins that achieves these goals will expand access to financial markets, create jobs, strengthen the economy, and put the U.S. on the path to being a global blockchain and crypto leader. For the last decade, the legal and regulatory uncertainty surrounding crypto has prohibited meaningful progress in the U.S. At Ripple, we certainly saw firsthand how the lack of clear rules of the road can be weaponized to target good actors. In turn, the technology, jobs, and tax dollars that go with it are pushed offshore, reducing regulatory oversight and putting consumers at higher risk. This has severely harmed American businesses, investors, and of most concerned, consumers. Ripple was the tip of the spear for this regulation by enforcement campaign and was subject to an enforcement action in 2020. We were the first leading US company to be sued by the SEC. We and many others understood that a loss here would be a death knell for the industry. Fortunately, after 4 years of a hard-fought legal battle, we prevailed. The court ruled in our favor on everything that mattered, including finding that the token XRP is not, in and of itself, a security. Our victory cleared the path for other market participants to fight back. Despite these headwinds, Ripple still prioritizes education and engagement with policymakers and regulators globally. For companies to have the confidence to continue doing business in the United States, Congress should focus on passing principled and smart legislation with these critical goals in mind. First, set clear jurisdictional boundaries for our main financial regulators. Second, establish pathways for companies to build in the US without sacrificing investor or consumer protections. And third, ensure that the US can be a global leader in crypto by taking full advantage of the benefits and efficiencies brought by digital assets and blockchain technologies. The US possesses the world's deepest capital markets, the most advanced technical talent, and a spirit of innovation that has powered our nation since its founding. There is no reason we should not be the undisputed leader in digital assets and blockchain. Over 55 million Americans participate in the crypto economy today, equating to over a $3.3 trillion market cap. A smart regulatory framework for crypto market structure is essential to realize that future and is overdue. Speaking on behalf of the crypto industry, I urge you to prioritize the passage of market structure legislation for digital assets through this committee and the full Senate to provide the rules and regulations needed to ensure that the U.S. becomes the crypto capital of the world. Once market structure legislation for digital assets becomes law in the United States, this will catalyze a new era of U.S. competitiveness and unlock efficiencies in financial transactions, dramatically helping consumers and businesses alike. Ripple hopes to see this become a reality, and we look forward to working with you to help make this happen. I look forward to your questions.
So there's the full testimony of this document here, but we did hear a few things from Ripple. Obviously, we heard about the compliance factor. We also heard about, the prioritization of the passage of these bills and this legislation. And it means a lot for Ripple. You got to remember, right? For Ripple, they are at the forefront of this. Okay. Number one, Ripple has been making very strategic moves recently. I mean, around ROUSD. ROUSD itself is starting to become one of the most regulated, compliant, and probably, I feel like it's already one of the most successful stablecoins in this space, with BNY being added to the custody reserves tab for ROUSD. Also, Ripple applying for that national bank charter, as well as the Fed master account, which allows ROUSD to be held in reserves from the Fed. They are making sure that ROUSD has every single thing tied to it to make sure that it can become one of, if not the most successful stablecoins in this space. And at the same exact time, listen, this is a part of the Internet of Value move that Ripple has always said that they wanted to achieve. Even in this testimony, we have the first major thing regarding Ripple's mission a decade ago to enable the Internet of Value, moving money around the world like information does today. And that's still, what Ripple is committed to doing. And it is utilizing ROUSD, XRP, and the XRPL. And with proper legislation, once we actually have clarity for this space, like if we are excited about where XRP is today or how successful Ripple is today, yeah, think about, 10 times, if not more, bigger than what Ripple and XRP are today because of clarity. Clarity is going to catalyze everything, just like Brad Garlinghouse did say. So in all actuality, what this testimony actually was a confirmation of what's coming for XRP and what's coming for this entire industry. It's no longer about, the hype side of the market. We don't care about hype. We don't care about the speculation side. We care about the facts. We care about the utility. We care about the compliant projects that are going to be utilized in key ways, not just around the financial system itself, but to actually revolutionize the entire global system that we, use every single day for not just value movement, but for financial markets, even buying a house. Like these things are now starting to move on chain. Tokenization is becoming much bigger, and it's all, pieced together by DLTs like the XRPL, with, of course, the underlying gas token XRP being the main thing that powers it all. So right now, I couldn't be happier to be in crypto. I couldn't be happier to actually be holding these utility-based projects that everyone thought was so boring and that they're never going to move and that they're dinosaurs. And then all of a sudden November, hit and everyone changed their view on these projects. And now today we still have a lot of people that are, getting bored with XRP because of the movement. But listen, when we are actually in a utility-driven market, we're no longer tied back to Bitcoin. That's when everything changes. That's when the real value gets shown to us. And I think that at that time in this market, we're going to be very happy. So with that being said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys definitely leave a like, subscribe, turn notifications on because more free content. You guys are more than welcome to follow me on Twitter and join the free Discord in the description below. And with that being said, guys, it's been Nick. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
XRP is on the brink of something big. The long-awaited XRPL EVM sidechain could finally unleash a tidal wave of new apps, liquidity, and DeFi for XRP. And with dozens of projects lining up, the next chapter for XRP might be its most exciting yet.
That is the most exciting.
So, in today's video, we'll tell you everything you need to know about the XRP-L EVM sidechain, where it came from, how it works, and what it could mean for XRP. My name is Nick, and this is a video you cannot afford to miss. Before we go any further, remember, nothing in this video is financial advice. This is purely educational content here to help you stay informed about the XRP-L EVM sidechain. Also, just so you know, nobody on the Coin Bureau team holds XRP as part of their personal crypto portfolios. However, some of us do hold altcoins in the XRP ecosystem as a higher beta play on XRP's potential. If you're curious about which altcoins we're watching and the ones we're personally considering adding to our portfolios, you'll want to check out the Coin Bureau Club. That's where we dive deep into small cap projects every week, share daily crypto insights, and break down emerging narratives within our members' Discord. The link for that will be down below. Now, to understand why the XRP Ledger EVM sidechain, or XRP-L EVM for short, matters, it's worth looking back at the unique role it has played in crypto. When the OG XRP-L launched in 2012, it was built with a single goal: to move money quickly, cheaply, and reliably, especially for cross-border payments. For over a decade, it's done that job arguably better than any other chain, becoming the backbone for remittance and institutional finance globally. But as the rest of the crypto world embraced DeFi, NFTs, and permissionless smart contracts, XRP found itself increasingly on the sidelines. And this wasn't an accident, as the XRP-L's consensus mechanism was never designed for general-purpose programmability. Its creators prioritized stability and high throughput, aware that opening the door to arbitrary smart contracts could compromise the very qualities that made XRP-L the leader in its existing niches. For years, this was the source of frustration. Developers and XRP holders watched as Ethereum, Solana, and newer chains attracted billions in DeFi activity, while XRP remained limited to various forms of payments and tokenization. But the real shift began when Cosmos started to gain momentum. Unlike traditional smart contract platforms, Cosmos offered a different model: app-specific blockchain, each custom-built for a purpose, all connected by the Inter-Blockchain Communication Protocol, or IBC for short. And this opened up the possibility of linking different networks together without sacrificing their individual strengths. PeerSyst technology, with experience in both Cosmos and XRP, recognized the opportunity to bridge these two worlds together. By late 2023, it had started working closely with RippleX, the platform and developer initiative provided by Ripple Labs, and XRP's growing open source community, eventually unveiling the XRP-L EVM sidechain project. The plan was simple: build a fully Ethereum-compatible sidechain using the Cosmos SDK and Cosmos's next-generation Comet BFT consensus, connected directly to the XRP ledger, with XRP as the native currency. The goal was to enable DeFi, NFTs, and all the flexibility of the EVM without slowing down or destabilizing the XRP-L itself. Once the groundwork was in place, momentum built quickly. A DevNet was launched, followed by a public testnet, and it wasn't long before Ethereum developers began migrating their apps and tooling over. For the first time, XRP holders could see a path to the kind of dApps and liquidity that had previously only existed on other blockchains. Thanks to the Cosmos IBC, XRP-L EVM didn't just become another EVM fork. It became part of the wider multi-chain ecosystem, with all the benefits of cross-chain liquidity and compostability. And now that the mainnet has gone live, the XRP-L EVM sidechain is making XRP programmable in ways that simply weren't possible before. And by the way, guys, if you're enjoying this video so far, then smash that like button to give it a boost. And we've also noticed that at least 34% of the people who watch these videos are not subscribed. So if that's you, You can change that right now by hitting that subscribe button, and you may as well hit the bell as well, just for good measure. Back to the video. So, how does the side chain actually work, and what makes it different from everything else out there? Well, in case you forgot, the XRP-L EVM sidechain was built using the Cosmos SDK and is secured by the Comet BFT consensus. What this means in practice is fast block times, quick finality, and a modular structure that supports future upgrades without disruption. In practical terms, you're looking at average block time of just 3 to 5 seconds, transaction costs typically well below 1 cent, and support for over 1,000 transactions per second. That level of speed and efficiency is what makes the network genuinely suitable for DeFi, DEXs, and dApps that need to operate at scale. Now, unlike many new blockchains that use proof of stake, the XRP-L EVM sidechain will start off with proof of authority. In simple terms, this means a rotating set of up to 32 trusted validators are responsible for confirming transactions and blocks. These validators are chosen through an on-chain democratic process with new members being voted in and all proposals and votes being made public. With so few validators, the network is quite centralized. But on the flip side, this makes it fast and cheap. The priority here is on stability and reliability, with a clear roadmap to gradual decentralization as the ecosystem grows. Where the sidechain really stands out, though, is in its connection to both the XRP ledger and the broader multi-chain world. If you want to use DeFi protocols or dApps, you simply bridge your XRP from the XRP-L. Then that XRP is locked up, and an equivalent amount called EXRP is minted on the EVM sidechain, ready for use. Thanks to the IBC, the XRP-L EVM sidechain is natively connected to the entire Cosmos ecosystem. And thanks to XLR and Wormhole, it can also bridge assets to dozens of other EVM-compatible and non-EVM chains, making it compatible with just about every other major DeFi ecosystem you can think of. Developers aren't left out either. The sidechain is fully EVM compatible. And that means Solidity smart contracts, MetaMask support, and all the usual EVM tools. Existing dApps can migrate with minimal changes, and users can access new services using wallets they already know and trust. Notably, the infrastructure includes familiar Cosmos and EVM features like jailing for misbehaving validators and, of course, slashing. The end result is a programmable EVM-compatible network built on XRP's liquidity, secured by its own validator set, and fully interoperable with Ethereum, Cosmos, and beyond. But as always, the real question comes down to incentives. How does this new architecture affect XRP itself, and what does it mean for its tokenomics? Let's break down what's actually changing. First up, transaction fees. Every time you trade on a DEX,
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that's crown, I'm on the top of the world, talking it down, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the clock watch. Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning